dear students, and dear audience who follow us on their social media accounts. Welcome to our online panel, where clinical chemistry and molecular diagnosis and laboratory management and quality control will be discussed together with the participation of 10 panelists from 7 countries. And I greet all of you with respect. Dear audience, before our program starts, we would like to introduce our university, which aims to be successful not only international, but also international arena with its vision, mission, academic studies, and cultural activities with a short promotional film. Let's watch the film.
Rising University with Science, Endeavor and Devotion. Malatya Turgut Özal University. The name of our eighth president, Turgut Özal, was immortalized in his hometown Malatya on the 25th anniversary of his death. The establishment of Malatya Turgut Özal University was realized with the law published on May 18, 2018 with the appreciation of President Recep Tayyip Erdoğan.
Malatya Turgut Özal Üniversitesi'nin kurulmasına karar.
Malatya Turgut Özal University, located in the heart of Malatya, is advancing with strong steps towards 2053 goals with its approach that adopts innovative researcher and project culture. Our university has 2 large campuses in the city center, including Battalgazi and Yeşilyurt Beylerderesi. There are 6 faculties, 2 colleges, 9 vocational schools, 1 institute, and 11 application and research centers within our university. Our faculties, Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Engineering and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Faculty of Art, Design and Architecture, Faculty of Health Sciences. Our colleges, School of Civil Aviation, School of Foreign Languages. With our innovative, strong and experienced academic staff, we prepare our students for post-university business life with responsibility and enthusiasm with the importance we attach to our education and research activities. We prepare our students for life with great responsibility and excitement with our energetic and sophisticated academic staff who are open to innovations in our education and research activities. We have vocational schools and campuses in 8 different districts. Vocational School of Health Services, Akçadağ Vocational School, Arapgir Vocational School, Battalgazi Vocational School, Hekimhan Mehmet Emin Sungur Vocational School, Darende Bekir Ilıcak Vocational School, Doğanşehir Vahap Küçük Vocational School, Kale Tourism and Hotel Management Vocational School, and Yeşilyurt Vocational School. In higher education, we are committed to producing science for the future and stability of our country. We aim to be a role model university in education, science, entrepreneurship, innovation, service and social responsibility in Turkey. Malatya Turgut Özal University combines academic studies with field-based applications with its 11 application and research centers. With its equipment such as multi-purpose gym, conference halls, innovative laboratory facilities, student life center, dormitory facilities close to campus, built to meet all the needs of students in education, culture, art, sports. Malatya Turgut Özal University is confidently looking to the future. Our equestrian and equine sports application and research center, which operates within our university, not only supports the education of our students, but also contributes to regional development. Malatya Turgut Özal University continues its research and development activities for the benefit of both the public and private sectors with its high-quality education and integrates its academic studies with product development activities. We consider the apricot the pearl of Malatya scientifically. As a result of Rector Professor Dr. Aysunbay Karabulut's research on the cancer preventive and therapeutic effects of bitter apricot kernels, we obtained the production permit for probiotic added apricot extract from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. We are acting with the goal of a university that serves as a model, not imitates. We continue to claim and strive to be the center of education, practice and research of our country and region in the field of traditional and complementary medicine. Malatya Turgut Özal University has determined the expectations and goals of our nation and geography as its vision. Being a brand university in the national and international arena, we are moving forward with confident steps with the goal of a center that produces science for the ideals of our nation in 2023, 2053 and 2071. We are always ready to work and produce for the development, progress and prosperity of our country. Everything is for our youth and our future. Rising university with science, endeavor and devotion. Malatya Turgut Özal University.
Yes, Malatya Turgut Özal University, whose issue is our hometown and whose issue is Turkey. Before starting the session, I invite our rector, Professor Dr. Aysunbay Karabulut, to introduce Malatya Turgut Özal University and to make opening speech of the program.
Dear guests, dear academicians, dear students, dear audience watching us from the screens, welcome to our e-panel, Clinical Chemistry and Molecular Diagnostics and Laboratory Management and Quality Control. And on behalf of myself and Malatya Turgut Özal University, I greet all our guests with respect and love. We would like to host you in Malatya, one of the most beautiful attraction centers in Turkey. Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 process, we are holding our panel online. But I hope that I would like to host you in Malatya and Malatya Turgut Özal University in such a meeting again in coming period. Before starting our program, I thanks to President-elect of Thomas Özal, my sister, and she's our from Turkey and now in Italy. European Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine, Professor Dr. Doğan Yücel, President of the Turkish Biochemical Society, Professor Dr. Recep Timothy Erasmus from African Federation of Clinical Chemistry, and Sylvia Cardinal from International Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine. We thank our guests who participate in our program and also make great contributions internationally with their presentation and speech. Professor Dr. Khosrow Adeli from University of Toronto, Professor Anna Maria Simondik from University Hospital Civitado, Rector of Charles University, Professor Thomas Zima, and Professor Dr. Sergio Bernardini from University Tor Vergata, and Professor Dr. Recep Timothy Erasmus from Department of Chemical Pathology, Professor Dr. Severus Sandberg from Harold Plus Deacon's Hospitals, Professor Dr. Sedef Yenice from Demiroğlu Science University, Professor Dr. Farhan Sain from Ege University, and Assistant Professor Dr. Deniz İlhan Topçu from Başkent University. At the same time, all our equipment and all my personal and IFCC personnel, thank you very much. At the same time, I would like to express my gratitude to our President Recep Tayyip Erdoğan and President the Council of Higher Education, Professor Dr. Yekta Saraç, who contributed our university to reach the great success in a short time. Dear participants and audience, first of all, as you have seen in our promotional film, I would like to talk about the point of our university has reached in a short time. Our university was founded on May 18 and 2018 and started its educational and academic activities in September 2018. We carry out our educational and scientific studies with 29 academic units, and including 6 faculties, 2 college, and 9 vocational schools, 1 graduate institute, and 11 application and research centers. We are a city university aiming to become an international university. We have campuses, 8 different districts, and including 2 main campuses in city center. Yes, our university, which aims to carry the ancient culture of Anatolia, the cause of civilization into the future by blending them with science and knowledge, continues its work of establishment and institutions without slowing down. We are not just working in academia, we are working on the employment of our students with our international students programs, congresses, workshops. We provide our students with a more visionary perspective and also enable them to develop goals for job opportunities and future plans. We are the youngest but the fastest growing university in Turkey. We are also an international university. In the second year of our establishment, more than 160 international students obtained the right to enroll at our university. In the coming semester, we will accept students at least 5 times this number. Malatya Turgut Özal University, whose goal is being an international university, is ready to cooperate with all science and academic institutions from anywhere in the world who want to offer contribution and support for science, humanity, and the world. We will also have a Belgium program in the coming days. During this visit, we will cooperate with many institutions and universities, and we will cooperate with United Business Institutes, including mutual students exchange programs. With this protocol, we will have both students and faculty exchange programs, as well as taking important steps such as organizing joint conferences, publishing joint publications in the fields of media, journalism, information technologies, social sciences, and economy in line with the interests of both parties. Dear participants, as you know, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the whole world. The most important agenda of the world was the issue of health. The most important agenda of world science has been health and solutions to health problems and health planning. Health has become a common issue not only for physicians but also for all of the scientific world. Everyone is trying to be a partner of solution in their own field. The epidemic had an impact on the developments in the world as well as its effect on human health. As of the point where the world has come, health problems have the potential change arise very quickly and continue for a long time and increasing their destructive effect. Due to this developing situation has now become a security problem for the world, for humanity, and also for the future of humanity. As Malatya Turgut Özal University, we have contributed to the vaccine studies carried out during the COVID-19 process with our academic and scientific studies on this subject. In this process, we also produced disinfectant in cooperation with the private sector, and even in this process, we became a university that continues not only uninterrupted education, but also cultural and social responsibility activities. Dear guests and dear academicians, the most important issues in terms of health service that are developing every day in our country and in the world are patient safety, increasing the quality of clinical care provided to patients and stringent and accreditation of performance of the health system. The health sector is taking great steps in the process such as diagnostic, treatment, post-treatment, preventive health every day in the rapidly developing technology and parallel digitizing world. As a result of the establishment of our Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Health Sciences, we shape our activities in this direction. Our faculty, which is built on solid foundation, has also established our clinical research ethic board with the scope of our quality studies, and we continue our work on the experimental animal center. As of the point where the world has came, health problems have the potential and change areas very quickly and continue for a long time by increasing their destructive effect. We have to prepare the world and its health infrastructure according to the age which our youth will live. For this, it is the time for all sciences to show solidarity and act responsibility. In this regard, Malatya Turgut University is ready for any kind of national and international cooperation. Dear audience, quality in healthcare can provide the best result that can be achieved by the right person at the right time as a result of the right initiatives. The most meaningful expression for the concept of quality from the point of view of laboratory application is result determinant in a correctly taken sample by making the correct measurement at the appropriate time and correctly evaluated. So currently, quality control in laboratory services is indispensable. Quality control programs used in recent years carry out the accuracy parameter by taking into account method-dependent target values. In this system, the accuracy of the results is relative and comparability can be made between laboratories using the same analytical method. We carry out our scientific and academic studies at Malatya Turgut University Education and Research Hospital, and we also continue our accreditation studies without slowing down. We can't finish continuing the benefits of smart hospitals, but the most prominent ones are the reduction in mortality rates, 7% reduction in risk-based mortality, 40% improvement in the average diagnosis rate, 22% reduction in hospitalization times, up to 60% increase in efficiency, and significant time spent in the clinic. With smart buildings, smart medical technologies, smart software architectures, smart management models, smart hospitals can be described as the hospitals of the future. In this sense, our smart hospital and digital health goals will create a comfort zone for everyone, from health managers to physicians, from patients to their relatives. Today, the universal meeting of laboratory process and quality management in clinical medical laboratories is gaining more and more importance. The goal of accreditation in clinical laboratories is to contribute to health at the national level, as well as diagnosis and treatment of the patients. An accredited clinical medical laboratory is controlled by a quality management system, is technically competent, and the laboratory service meets the needs of all patients and physicians with the assurance of taking responsibility for the medical testing and treatment. Since the establishment of our Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Health Sciences, we have been shaping our health-based activities in these directions. We scope our quality studies in our faculty and our university, which was built on the solid foundation, and we continue our work on the experimental animal center. Dear students, education and research is a lifelong action. For this, you will always prepare yourself further, set new goals, produce in the light of the science, and work for our country. We are a university that believes that science should turn into production and employment. Stable growth, qualified employment, and productivity in production, information and communication technologies are the main basis of sustainable development. As Malatya Turgut Özal University, we are with you in your future goals. We are raising new generations who are conscious, faithful, and self-confident to achieve their goals. It is inevitable that such a comprehensive and process-wide approach will be a team effort. In this sense, I sincerely believe that we will go a long way with your support while ending my words. On this occasion, I once again thank all our participants who have contributed to the organization of the program and wish them happy days. Thank you very much.
Okay. We thank our rector, Professor Dr. Aysun Karabulut, for her speeches. Now, dear guests, I invite Professor Dr. Doğan Yücel, President of the Turkish Biochemical Society, to make his greeting speeches.
Thank you, dear rector, dear colleagues, good morning. Welcome to our symposium, including panels on clinical chemistry and molecular diagnostics and laboratory management and quality control.
Hocam sesinizi biraz, özür dilerim, bölüyorum. Biraz yükseltebilir misiniz?
Okay, thank you. At first, I would like to thank Professor Aysun Karabulut, our biochemist colleague, the rector of Malatya Turgut Özal University, a relatively newly opened university in Malatya. We know that she works hard and demonstrates successful university management. Formerly, in 2014, as the Turkish Biochemical Society, we had held a 3-day symposium on laboratory management in Malatya, and Professor Karabulut has supported the symposium as our local power. Since 1.5 years, we are experiencing a pandemic, first time in our life. During the pandemic, unfortunately, we lost a lot of healthcare professionals, including laboratory workers. I express my deepest condolences to their families, their friends, and all colleagues. As you know, because of the pandemic, we have to organize online meetings, and this symposium is one of them. In the present symposium, there are outstanding scientists as speakers. Professor Khosrow Adeli, the IFCC president from Canada, Professor Anna Maria Shimundic, the EFLM president from Croatia, Professor Thomas Özben, the president-elect of EFLM from our country, and we are proud with her. Professor Sverre Sandberg, one of the past presidents of EFLM from Norway. Professor Thomas Rima, former executive board member of EFLM from the Czech Republic. Professor Rajiv Erasmus, the president of the African Federation of Clinical Chemistry. Professor Sergio Bernardini, former IFCC secretary and executive board member from Italy. Professor Sedef Yenice, former chair of IFCC Committee on Clinical Laboratory Management and current chair of EFLM Working Group on Laboratory Medicine Credit Points. Professor Ferhan Sağım, our vice president and the chair of FEPS Education Committee from our country. And finally, our young colleague from, Professor Deniz İlhan Topçu, IFCC web editor from our country. The topics of the symposium are also very rich and interesting. I am sure it will be a very productive and fruitful symposium. Finally, I would like to say that the pandemic is regressing all over the world and Turkey as well. So we decided to hold our annual Congress as a face-to-face meeting in Gaziantep, a big city in the south of Turkey, prominent with historical and cultural richness and its local cuisine. I invite you to participate in our Congress at the end of October this year. With my best wishes to everyone. Thank you.
Okay, we thank again Professor Dr. Doğan Yücel for his valuable contributions. Now we are starting our first session and we will watch Professor Dr. Sergio Bernardini from University of Tor Vergata.
First of all, I'd like to point out the great value
Okay, let's
of
watch the
laboratory
video.
medicine during pandemic. Indeed, laboratory professionals were dear colleagues. Hello everyone, and thanks to the colleagues of the Turgut Özal University of Malatya for organizing this online conference and for the kind invitation. First of all, I'd like to point out the great value of laboratory medicine during pandemic. Indeed, laboratory professionals were strongly involved in serving patients. At the end, we are proud of the work of our teams and on the role and value of laboratory medicine in diagnosis, screening, follow-up, and outcome of the disease. Nevertheless, the interpretation of tests for COVID-19 have to take in consideration, as usually, also CT images, clinical picture, kinetics of the pandemic in the specific context, history of COVID-19 exposure, timing of the test during the disease, pre-analytical factors and analytical factors. But why the virus is so infectious? Possibly some proteins of the host cell help the virus in the entry process. And in particular, COVID-19 has mutations that create a site for furin, which make it easier for the virus to enter. These mutations are not present in the other coronavirus, but belong to the avian flu virus. Moreover, the receptor binding domain is often line camouflage and therefore capable of immune evasion. Then at least 3 different characteristics are specific for SARS-CoV-2 if compared to other coronaviruses. Increased affinity of the receptor binding domain for the angiotensin converting enzyme 2 receptor, furin pre-activation, and receptor binding domain camouflage. As a result, there may be immune evasion and increased cell entry. The diagnostic tools to date are able to dose viral RNA usually from nasopharyngeal swabs and antibodies against viral protein or viral protein themselves in the so-called antigen tests. The timing And the temporal dynamics of nucleic acid antibodies in patients with SARS-CoV-2 is relevant for the laboratory processes because we have to do the right test at the right time. Viral nucleic acid can be detected 4 to 48 hours after onset, mainly peaking from the 1st to the 7th day and then declining to a lower viral load, and the total excretion time is usually 20 days. The crossing point between the RNA and antibodies curves usually correspond to the 10th day. The molecular methods usually include the reverse transcriptase polymerase chain reaction method of some viral genes, N, S, RNA-dependent RNA polymerase, E, and the ORF1AB replicase complex. And to date, many different molecular tests have been made available, and they can differentiate in the number and type of gene targets and in the limit of detection. Here you can see 2 target gene, 3 target gene, 1 target gene, and different limit of detection depending from the different manufacturer. Moreover, point-of-care rapid molecular tests have been made available, and again, they can differentiate for the limit of detection and the gene targets, the kind and the number of gene targets, depending from the manufacturers. In this Cochrane Library report, you can see a very good performance of all rapid molecular tests in the case of high viral load in the upper panel of the table and not so good sensitivity of the rapid molecular test in the case of lower viral load, as you can see in the lower panel of the table. And this is also our experience. Recently, saliva has been proposed to be a good matrix to study viral RNA expression, as some studies showed that saliva performs as well as nasopharyngeal swab. But it should be pointed out that a gradient exists in the different matrices in viral concentration. The high concentration is present in the bronchoalveolar lavage fluid, then in the sputum, nasopharyngeal swab, saliva from the retropharynx, so saliva obtained actively by the patient, and then the saliva of the mouth obtained for passive drooling, and in this case, there is the lowest concentration of the viral particles. So in any case, a professional sampling is absolutely recommended. The pooling of samples was needed some time because of the restriction in regions availability, and it has shown that despite dilution, it can work until 10 to 15 samples are pooled together. Obviously, if the pool is positive, all the samples which compose the pool have to be repeated singularly, and this is why this method can be implemented only in low prevalence setting. In any case, the greatest innovation in molecular diagnosis was reported by the so-called CRISPR community. As you know, Emmanuel Charpentier and Jennifer Doudna were awarded in 2020 with a Nobel Prize for Chemistry because they set up the CRISPR method for gene editing. This system is usually utilized by bacteria to neutralize invading virus. Since 2017, this technology has been applied also in the diagnostic field. It works by amplifying RNA using an isothermal nucleic acid amplification. The amplified nucleotides are combined with the Cas13a nuclease, a guide RNase that matches the nucleic acid sequence of interest, and a short nucleotide sequence that is coupled to a fluorescent reporter and a quencher. If the target sequence is present in the pool of amplified nucleotides, the non-specific RNase activity of the Cas13a becomes activated, and the RNA reporter will be cleaved, resulting in activation of the fluorophore. Therefore, the fluorescent signal is used as an indicator to determine whether the target sequence is present in the original pool of nucleotides. Hence the name of specific high-sensitivity enzymatic reporter looking. And this method can be applied in a point-of-care setting with very fast time. The dosage of antibodies against the SARS-CoV-2 utilize different antigens and principally the nucleocapsid, the spike, the receptor binding domain recombinant antigens, and antigen from native inactivated virus. But it's the indirect immunofluorescent test using the Vero cell line is the reference test. This test can become easier to achieve with the expression of the recombinant protein spike in Vero cells. The neutralization test can be accomplished with two methods, in particular with neutralization test with the plaque reduction and microneutralization, which uses a SARS-CoV-2 virus from a clinical isolate or reporter protein expressing recombinant SARS-CoV-2. This test requires a BSL-3 labs and can take up to 5 days to complete. An alternative is the pseudovirus neutralization testing, which use recombinant pseudoviruses such as vesicular stomatitis virus that incorporate SARS-CoV-2 protein S. And this test can also be performed in a BSL-2 laboratory. But obviously, these two methods are not useful for the routine clinical laboratory. And this is why the first test to be introduced 1 year ago were the rapid serological test with the use of lateral flow immunochromatographic method, sometimes read by the fluorescence with this kind of instrument and called the fluorescence immunoassay. Today, the rapid antibody and antigen test have been a so-called third generation, which utilize microfluidic cards. But with the time, the enzyme-linked immunoassay and chemiluminescent methods become more and more popular. And in our experience, chemiluminescence assay and enzyme-linked immunoassay showed higher analytical sensitivity than immunochromatography assay and obviously a good traceability for the routine lab. So today the chemiluminescent assay is the most widely utilized. Recently, a new kind of serological assay has been proposed, able to detect anti-SARS-CoV-2 serum antibodies through a competitive streptoavidin biotin assay, which utilizes the receptor binding domain as coated antigen and angiotensin converting enzyme 2 labeled with biotin as competitor molecule for the serum antibodies. Higher is the signal, lower is the presence of serum antibodies called in different way depending from the manufacturer, blocking, neutralizing, high affinity, functional, competitive. In this study, we compared the neutralizing assay able to detect antibodies against the receptor binding domain in patients after 6 months from the disease, from the beginning of the COVID disease. The patients were divided in 2 groups, hospitalized patients in the right and non-hospitalized patients, so with the mild symptoms, mild disease on the left. You can see that the percentage of patients positive for the IgG anti-SARS-CoV-2 receptor binding domain antibodies after 6 months was higher in hospitalized patients with severe disease, 97% in comparison to 77%. And if we do the same for the so-called neutralizing test, so the anti-SARS-CoV-2 antibodies dosed with a competitive assay, you can see that the percentage is more different. 89% positivity in hospitalized patients after 6 months from the beginning of the disease, and just 11% positive patients after 6 months from the beginning of the disease. As you know, until a few months ago, the harmonization between many methods produced by manufacturers was almost impossible. You can see different methods, IgG, different target and different methods. As I told you, enzyme-linked immunoassay, chemiluminescent assay, and competitive assay, and different target, IgG anti-spike 1 trimeric, IgG anti-spike receptor binding domain, total immunoglobulin, IgG, IgA, IgM, anti-spike receptor binding domain, total immunoglobulin anti-spike receptor binding domain with the competitive assay, which utilize ACE2 as linked to biotin. But recently, the WHO produced as an international standard a pool of sera total antibodies able to permit a sort of harmonization. Here you can see the conversion factors between the different tests and the correlation coefficients between the different assays. In some cases, the assay expressed in binding antibody standard can be are very quite good or extremely good correlation. In some cases, the correlation are not so good. The antigen test was widely utilized in the screening test. The sensitivity, as you can see here from this Cochrane library report, in particular in the low viral load, is very bad. So usually this kind of test can be utilized in the presence of an high viral load, and then is not so good for the screening of asymptomatic patients. Some emerging technology are coming in the market because there has been a great effort in research in fighting coronavirus. And in particular, I'd like to report you the great effort in volatolomics. You know that volatolomics is not invasive, very easy to accomplish. And in this COVID-19 survey, you can see in testing on the role of breath analysis in testing COVID-19, you can see an update made by Larry Krisha. You can find this in the Emerging Technology Division website of the IFCC. And here you can see how many companies and how many kind of analyzer are ongoing, and possibly will be in the market in the next future, able to detect the coronavirus through volatolomics. What about the vaccine and the role of laboratory medicine in after vaccination? Here you can see the different vaccine platform. You know the protein subunit, the viral vector, the DNA, the inactivated virus, and the messenger RNA. And there are different manufacturers for each of these vaccine platforms. And many of these vaccines are in the market in different regions of the world. For instance, in my country, we have merely the mRNA vaccine and some kind of, of viral vector, adenovirus vector-based vaccines. The role of the laboratory medicine can be first the monitoring of the antibody production after vaccination. Here you can see an example in my hospital for the health professional in my hospital. And here you can see the day after the first dose. At 21 days, we delivered the second dose, and the profile of the curve of the antibodies against the spike receptor binding domain of the SARS-CoV-2. And here on the right side, you can see the same picture, but looking at the so-called neutralizing test antibodies. So the antibodies dosed with the competitive assay. And very interesting, we found a big difference between the levels of antibodies in vaccinated people without previous COVID infection, as you can see here. In green, the curve of the anti-spike receptor binding domain antibodies. In red, the curve of the antibodies, neutralizing antibodies. And here you can see on the right the same curve, but in people with a previous COVID infection before vaccination. You can see that the response is very high, is higher, is almost the double, and in particular the response of the neutralizing antibodies is 8 times the response of the non-COVID patients after vaccination. This is a preliminary data from AstraZeneca vaccine, which has very different units, and in particular, a second dose after 120 days, at least in our country. And you know that today in our country we can deliver this vaccine only in people older than 60 years. You can see that after 20 days from the first dose start to be a relevant response, which still remain until at least 40 days. What about variants, and which is the role of the laboratory medicine? Variants, you know, came with the time, starting from September 2020, and then continue to obviously to appear new variants, which have been coded in this way by first phase. But today, the variants of concern are classified by the WHO as alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, zeta, eta, theta, iota, and kappa. And you can see that the most common today, at least in Europe, are the United Kingdom variant, the Alpha variant, and also we have many cases of South Africa, Brazil, and very few cases of India variants. The role of laboratory medicine in this case is just to looking for variants and then make many sequences through the Sanger method or to the next generation sequencing. This can be accomplished by a network of laboratories in each country or in each area. This is very important to control the possibility of a new wave of the pandemic linked to new variants. Thank you for your kind attention.
Unfortunately, Mr. Bernardini couldn't participate us because of his busy schedule, but we thank Mr. Bernardini for his contribution to our program. Now, as a second speaker, I invite Professor Dr. Anna Maria Sumindik from Sveti Dah University Hospital to make her speech.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Let me just... Okay. So, thank you very much for giving me the honor and the opportunity to talk about leadership. This is now something completely different from the COVID lecture. I'm very honored, and I'd like to share with you in the next 20 minutes or so why I believe we need to talk about leadership in laboratory medicine. I will try just briefly to define what do I believe is leadership and what are the necessary skills for a leader. And I will demonstrate on a particular set of skills how do I believe everybody can obtain a certain skills of that we need to become successful leaders. Why do we talk about leadership? Well, because Europe has defined leadership as one of the important skills at the level of a specialist of laboratory medicine. And it is stated in the EFLM syllabus, which is a document that represents a set of knowledge, skills, and competencies of European specialists of laboratory medicine. So if you go into that syllabus, you will see that syllabus has 4 sections, and one last section is the section D, which is actually dedicated to leadership skills and competences. And if you go into that section, you will see that the objective of the training under this title is actually to educate young colleagues, young residents, to be able to operate as a clinical leader. So to be able to independently and autonomously take responsibility for a number of aspects of laboratory governance listed below. And I believe that many speakers after me will be talking about different aspects of these responsibilities, and I will focus in my lecture on laboratory direction and leadership. Well, we are clinical leaders, obviously. This is what syllabus tells us. And this is because we do lead. We lead our laboratories. We lead colleagues. We lead our team members. We lead students and residents. We lead scientific projects. We manage the change process. This is actually the essential core of what we do every day. We implement new methods, new technology, new equipment. We interact with a number of stakeholders. So we need strong communication skills as well. We communicate with clinicians, with patients, with hospital managers, with suppliers. And last but not the least, we have leading positions in numerous professional organizations as chairs of the working groups, as presidents, journal editors. So obviously, there are a number of very challenging positions we need to fill in. And there are a number of skills we need to have in order to be able to meet the challenge of all those positions. leadership is obviously a journey, I would like to say, more than a destination. And one could say that we start already as young residents. So we start the moment we enter the laboratory as young residents, as young specialists in laboratory medicine, by taking the responsibility for the small group, for just the 3 colleagues, the 3 technicians, or a small project assigned to us. And we grow throughout our career. So it's a journey. It's like a journey more than just a destination. We learn and grow along that journey, and we learn from others, from the people we admire too, simply by observing what they do and trying to do the same thing the same way. We learn also from our own mistakes by, you know, trial and see what happens. And we learn from many available resources. There are a number of resources out there on the internet, and I will show you some of those resources. So what qualities and skills are there are necessary for a leader to be a good leader? Of course, there are a number of qualities, personal qualities, and I will not talk about those qualities today. My talk will focus on the soft skills that a leader has to have in order to meet all the challenges there are. So we obviously need to be good in time management. We need to be good in communication. We need to have good communication skills. We need to be able to set goals, to think strategically, to clearly read and write, to be good in presentations, to be able to make decisions, delegate tasks, manage stress, change, crisis. There are a number of skills out there that we need to master in order to be good leaders and to meet all the challenges in our profession. Now, the question is this a talent? Is this something we are born with? Or is it something that can be learned? Or, if I put it in another way, can everyone master leadership skills? Can everybody be a leader? And let me be a little bit provocative and let me rephrase my question and ask, what does it take to become Ronaldo? We all know that Ronaldo is one of the best football players in the world. Now, the question is, what made him so good? What made him so successful in football? And the truth is, there is no secret. Ronaldo probably had a little bit of talent, but the rest is hard work. So the truth is, Ronaldo is just a hard-working individual who has put an enormous number of hours into practicing skills he needs to become what he is today. So it's about commitment, it's about discipline, it's about sacrifice, and most above all, it's about perseverance. And perseverance has been very nicely defined by Angela Duckworth in her book Grit. And in that book, she said that perseverance is the daily discipline of trying to do things better than we did yesterday. So every day you have to try to be better than you were yesterday. And you must devote, it's about devoting, it's about commitment, committing yourself to the sort of focused skill practicing. So you need to be able to practice skills that will eventually lead to mastery. And you must do so over and over again for hours a day, week after month after year. I'm sorry, but something happened to the slides. The slides don't look so on my screen. I apologize for this. Anyway, so what people see about Ronaldo is the shining part, the glory of success. What people don't see quite often is the price successful people have paid to become successful. It's the price Ronaldo has paid to become what he is today. It's his persistence, it's his sacrifice, it's the hard work and dedication that he has put in to become what he is today. So back to the original question, can leadership skills be learned? Absolutely, yes. Leadership skills can be learned. All of them, each and every of these skills can be learned. There are tools, there are techniques, there are resources out there to help you. And I will take just one example to demonstrate what I mean. And I will try to demonstrate in the remaining part of my lecture what resources are there to help you to become expert in time management, to excel in time management skills. And why did I choose just time management? Well, because I believe that this is one of the skills that most of the colleagues that I know have been struggling with. So to be able to effectively manage the time, there are 4 key elements to time management. One is to be able to plan well, to be able to prioritize, to be able to delegate, and to be able to set boundaries. So let's start with the plan. Planning is all about having a list of tasks. So we need to review the tasks we have, make a list of them, and then set up realistic deadlines and just try to work and fulfill the plan and meet the deadlines. And don't forget to take regular breaks. So it may sound very simple, but I know from my own experience that many people actually are struggling a lot to effectively fulfill the plans that they made, to be in control of their time, and to not allow others to control their time. And if this is something that is a kind of a challenge for you, then I would like to suggest that you try the so-called Pomodoro technique. Pomodoro technique is a technique developed in late 80s by university student Francesco Cirillo, who was actually a student who has struggled a lot to focus on the studying for his exams. So eventually, because he was distracted with a lot of interruptions coming from a side, and so he decided he will commit himself to a shorter period of time, to let's say 10-minute block of focused studying, and then make a break, and then repeat those inserts of studying and break in the cycles. And this is what we call today a Pomodoro technique. So what is Pomodoro technique? It's a method of staying focused and mentally fresh. How does it work? Well, the step 1, you pick a task. Obviously, you have already prepared a to-do list. This is a part of your planning exercise. So you have a to-do list and you pick a task from a to-do list. You set a 25-minute timer. So set a time and then work on your task. Focus on that task until the time is up. After the timer has gone off, you take a 5-minute break. And this is what's called 1 Pomodoro. And then you do that in a row, in the cycles, and every 4 Pomodoros, you take a longer break, 15 to 30 minutes break. Of course, you can set the time depending on your capabilities, and maybe in the beginning you will have to set a shorter period of times, and then later you will maybe have a longer period of times. What this technique actually does is it helps you resist distractions and train your brains to focus for a limited period of time, to be focused on a task. And each break is then a chance to reset and bring your attention back to what you should be working on. Of course, one other very important technique is to be able to prioritize, because not all tasks on your to-do lists are equally important. So you need to be able to make a triage and to decide which tasks are urgent and important. And these are the tasks that you need to focus on. So the aim of prioritization is actually to identify those tasks which are urgent and important, and to be able to focus on them, to minimize distractions, and to don't spend time on tasks which are not important to you. And of course, once you do the triage, then there is always this one huge task that makes a headache, and that is most difficult to master. And the golden rule is, or the golden piece of advice is, to eat the frog first. So this comes from Mark Twain, who actually once said that if you have to eat a frog live, then you better eat a live frog first thing in the morning, and nothing worse will happen to you the rest of the day. So what he meant actually is, if you have a task that is huge, that requires your full mental capacity, then take this task as a first task in the morning and do it. And then the rest of the day will be much more enjoyable. So how do you eat a frog? Well, you obviously have to identify the frog, which is the hardest, most important task of the day. You pick just one and you eat it. You eat the frog. Meaning, well, you do your most important task first thing in the morning and don't give yourself the chance to put it off for later. And repeat it every day. Why? Well, because our mental capacity, our energy and willpower are highest in the morning. This is when we have the most of our mental capacity. And this is time for cognitively demanding tasks like problem solving, like writing, like strategic planning, the so-called deep work. And when you do this routine every day, it will give you the feeling of satisfaction early in the morning, and you will feel accomplished. And it will, in the end, actually increase your productivity and the feeling of success. So obviously, some people have a trouble identifying the frog. So how do you identify those tasks which are important and which you should be focusing on? Or in other words, how to prioritize your tasks? Well, one of the tools that might be quite helpful for you is the Eisenhower decision matrix, named after David Eisenhower, one of the presidents of the United States. And what he actually is suggesting with this matrix is to categorize your tasks that you need to focus on, your tasks that you need, that come to your attention into 4 categories. The above 2 categories are those tasks which work towards fulfilling your long-term goals. And these are the tasks that you should focus most of your time on. Those tasks could be urgent, like, for example, you have a paper that is under review and you have to revise it and submit it until the deadline. Or you are writing a project proposal and there is a deadline and you need to submit your project. So these tasks work towards fulfilling your long-term goals because you want to be an excellent scientist or an expert in your field. And they have to be dealt with urgently. So these tasks are the ones that you have to do now. So these are the highest priority tasks. There are also tasks which will bring you nearer to your long-term goals, but they are not urgent. Like, for example, you want to write a book. You want to organize a symposium. So you want to do something for your career that will bring you towards your long-term goals, but those tasks are not urgent. These are the tasks that you have to schedule a time to do it. Otherwise, you will not do it. So these 2 are the ones that you need to focus most of your time on when prioritizing. Then there are tasks which may seem urgent, but they are not important because they don't work towards fulfilling your long-term goals. Those are the tasks that are actually interruptions from other people, your colleagues, your co-workers, who come to you and ask you for your help to achieve their goals. So these are the tasks that you may want to delegate. And then last but not the least, there are tasks which are not important and not urgent, and you should delete and eliminate those tasks. You shouldn't spend too much time on these tasks. These tasks are distractions, neither helping you get closer to your goal, nor are you helping someone else. And these tasks may be called like time-wasting activities or stress-releasing time. And examples are, for example, reading uninteresting but not relevant papers. You find something very interesting on the internet and you want to read it, but this will not help you be nearer to your long-term goals. So you shouldn't spend too much time. You should make a conscious decision about what are these tasks, and you shouldn't spend too much time on these tasks. So for those tasks which are urgent but not relevant to you, you should delegate. So whenever, the golden rule is, whenever you can delegate a task, just do it, delegate. And these could be smaller, routine, repetitive tasks, not important to you. And these are the tasks which others can do for you. So this, by delegating, it will give you space to focus on more challenging tasks. Now, boundaries. Boundaries are about saying no to tasks that do not help you reach your goals. And by saying no, it saves you time to focus on tasks that really matter. And although it may sound simple, setting boundaries is not as easy as it may seem. However, there are also a number of tools, a number of techniques, and a number of resources that could help you along the way. You are not alone in this. And this is just to demonstrate that there are many resources and books, even books written about how to set boundaries, how to say no, and how to take back your time, how to be in control of your life. So you're not alone, and this is also something you can master. So taking all this together, obviously you need to have a system, and there is no one fit for all. So what works for me doesn't have necessarily to work for you. So you should look for different techniques. There are a number of techniques out there. You should look for different techniques. You should test those that you like, and then put all those selected techniques together, all those that work for you, in a meaningful way, in a system, and apply those techniques consistently, over and over. Be persistent. Remember Ronaldo. It's about practice, it's about commitment, it's about consistency. So to somehow recap, leadership, yes, we all can become leaders. We all can excel in various leadership skills. Leadership is a kind of your personal development, and it starts with you. Nobody can make you a leader. It is you. You can make this decision. And yes, it takes time, and it requires focus and commitment, and it requires a lot of practice and a lot of hard work. Remember Ronaldo, one does not become Ronaldo overnight. However, there are a number of techniques, a number of tricks and tools on the internet for you. And of course, remember that the best way to learn all those techniques is by doing and learning from your own mistakes. How do you start? You analyze, you think about yourself honestly, you analyze your strengths and weaknesses, you identify skills you need, you wish to improve, and then identify techniques and tools that work for you, as I just showed you, and then practice, practice, practice. It's all about, remember, commitment, hard work, and consistency. Seize every opportunity to learn and improve. Don't ever stop, don't ever give up, and you will grow. Remember, leadership isn't private reserve of a few charismatic men and women. It's a process ordinary people use. And I'd like to quote James Kouzes and Barry Tosner from this fantastic book on the Leadership Challenge, who said, "Liberate the leader in everyone and extraordinary things will happen." There are a number of resources available, a number of books like this one and many others. There are a number of recordings, lectures, courses, and EFLM syllabus course, which is going to be launched in January 2022, has a whole module on leadership and management. And there are a number of fantastic speakers who will share with you how to master a certain skill you need to become a successful leader. Remember, great leaders never stop learning. Leadership and learning are indispensable to each other, like John Fitzgerald Kennedy said. So if you have worries, please don't worry, because you can do it. Yes, we can. Just keep trying and never give up. And no matter how many mistakes you make or how slow you progress, you are still way ahead of everyone who isn't trying. So yes, we are all leaders, and it starts with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sumindik, for your participation and contribution to our program. And now I invite Professor Dr. Kashiro Adeli from the University of Toronto to make his presentations on technological advances in laboratory medicine, predicting the lab of the future.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you for your kind invitation. Actually, could you go to the first slide? It's currently on slide 18. If you could go to the first slide, please. Or would you like me to upload my own?
Dr. Adili,
yes?
You can use your arrows to
I will upload.
Control the presentation. Can you see the arrows? It's on the bottom on the screen. You should see them.
Okay. Yes.
There we go.
Okay, let me go to the first slide. Yeah, first of all, thank you for your kind invitation. I wasn't able to join earlier. It's very early here in Canada. It's 7 hours behind Istanbul time. So, but I think this is a good time. I usually get up around this time anyways. So I'm going to try to spend 20 minutes talking about this topic called technological advances in lab medicine and predicting the lab of the future. This is a topic that was invited and I'm happy to present. I'm at the Hospital for Sick Children in the University of Toronto in Toronto, Canada. I'm a clinical biochemist and a scientist at the Research Institute. My current position is the president of IFCC, and this is a topic that's related to a lot of what IFCC and EFLM and the Turkish Biochemical Society and other groups are really interested in, and where the lab is going. I want to start by talking about how important lab medicines are. I think you all are aware of the important role of the lab recently during the COVID-19 pandemic in the fight against the pandemic, and the fact that labs have been a very important component of providing the evidence for infection by doing various molecular, biochemical, and other types of serological testing to support public health over the past year and a half. And this has been really important. Even now, after vaccination, labs are important in monitoring the success of vaccination. But labs have played a role in many aspects of healthcare and healthcare delivery. This slide talks about the fact that lab medicine should be regarded as a hidden treasure in healthcare. If you look at patient charts, most of the objective data in patient charts and in medical records are actually lab data. A lot of the other data are subjective. Objective data is usually lab related. And if you look at clinical decisions, there is some controversy as to what the percentage is, but there is good evidence that it's around 70 to 80% of decisions are influenced by some lab testing, and therefore lab testing plays a key role. Now, IFCC actually is developing a task force to look at the evidence, and hopefully in the next couple of years, we'll publish more data on this topic. Now, but a key aspect of our role in delivering lab medicine and in supporting patient care is innovation. So what we really need in the field of lab medicine is innovating. So a culture of innovation is really essential in all areas of lab medicine and clinical lab diagnostics. Now, if you look at where innovation has been coming from, it's been in many areas. Of course, technological innovation have been really important, but so is organizational innovation, process innovations, and funding and models, strategic innovations that have been important in many areas, such as point-of-care testing, marketing and communication industry, and e-communication has seen a major revolution that is supporting the technological revolution in lab medicine, biomarker development. So innovation is really in the core of what we do, and increasingly important as we grow and as we play a critical role in the field of both public health and patient care delivery. Now, what do we mean by technological innovation? So innovation can be in many areas, but this slide tries to summarize some of the technological advances that, and I'm going to, in the next few minutes, try to summarize what's happening that's really impacting what we do in the lab and how we provide support to healthcare systems. I think you're all aware of the importance of tandem mass spectrometry and NMR, which is nuclear magnetic resonance. These technologies are starting to make important inroads in how we test samples, and they can provide much more information from various human specimens, such as serum, plasma, urine, and other types of samples. But we're also aware that automation and robotics are making a huge inroad. Many labs in many countries are becoming highly automated, and robots, humanoid robots, are starting to be introduced into these labs. The importance of course, new artificial intelligence-powered applications, as well as machine learning, are also making a major impact. Genomics, of course, has been undergoing a lot of major innovations over the last 2 decades, and I won't have time, because it's only 20 minutes, won't have time to talk about genomics, but certainly a major area of innovation. A number of electronic apps and medical diagnostic data and management systems have been developed, and I'll mention a couple of them. Microtechnology has been particularly important in developing point-of-care systems and so-called lab-on-a-chip systems, and smartphone-based diagnostics are particularly important as well. And actually, microtechnology and smartphone-based diagnostics go together to now provide miniature systems, handheld devices that can provide significant amount of lab diagnostic power. Now, the next slide, I talk about some of the major impact of technological innovations. So innovations in the technologies have allowed to significantly shorten turnaround time, so real-time results can be provided using some of the latest, particularly point-of-care systems. Also, availability of more effective tests have been such as more, for example, mass spectrometry, NMR, and some of the other technologies that allow you to provide much more detailed information from the patient specimen. Biomarkers have been developed for early diagnosis, and there are actually just recently released, for example, news about cancer tests that can provide potentially information on 50 different types of cancer. The area of omics, of course, have been with us for a number of years: genomics, proteomics, lipidomics, and so on. So these areas are continuing to grow. They've been more in the research arena, less in the clinical arena, but some of them are making it into the clinical lab. And improved assessment of also the types of errors and how we identify errors. Actually, so process development and process innovations have also been very important. So let's talk about some of the key technologies. Now, I think you're all familiar with tandem mass spectrometry. This is actually an old technology. It's an old technology that has found many new applications in the clinical lab. So tandem mass spectrometry and mass spectrometry has been around for a long time, but more and more clinical applications have been found in clinical biochemistry, but also in microbiology and in many other areas. Even recently in cancer, tissue cancer diagnostics. So not just in clinical biochemistry, but many other areas. Now, this diagram talks about that really mass spectrometer is a detector. It can detect molecules and can help identify molecules. Usually the most recent instruments are tandem mass spectrometers. That means there are two mass spectrometers, and there is usually fragmentation that occurs when samples move from one mass spectrometer to the other. So fragmentation and ionization are critical in identifying these molecules. But usually before you actually inject a sample into a mass spectrometer, you need to separate. So usually LCs use liquid chromatography. Sometimes GCs use gas chromatography. Before the sample is then, the fractions are fed into the mass spectrometer. So really mass spectrometer is a detector. And as I will talk about, there is now attempts to try to, for example, include a mass spectrometer in a clinical chemistry analyzer, so that one of the detecting technologies, not just photometry or immunoassay-based testing, but automated clinical chemistry instruments could potentially use a tandem mass spectrometer as a detector. So that would be an important innovation that's coming. Now, actually, tandem mass spectrometry has major powers in the sense that it can detect both small molecules, such as amino acids, and large molecules, such as proteins. And it so has, this just shows you the application range. And there are different types of mass spectrometry that can detect from very small molecules to much larger molecules. And usually it's based on polarity of these molecules. So the applications are almost unlimited, and therefore there is increasing number of applications in the clinical lab. Now, this slide shows you that there is increasing use of the mass spectrometer to look at blood as well as tissue samples. And as I mentioned, in cancer diagnostics now, some of the tissues like biopsies can be used to extract a lot of good information through the mass spectrometry to identify, for example, different types of cancer. Usually the samples are extracted, and then either for smaller molecules, usually you use LC mass spectrometer. For larger molecules, such as for proteins, most people use MALDI, which is a matrix assisted system that allows to identify larger molecules. And so there are different types of mass spectrometer, but basically you use the mass spectrometer as a detector to identify the samples, and then there is, of course, extensive data analysis. Usually there is a library of molecules to use to identify. Now, if you look at the clinical lab, there have been many applications. In our own lab in Toronto, Canada, we purchased the first mass spectrometer almost 18 years ago to start using the instrument for metabolic testing, metabolic disease testing, which is basically monitoring amino acids, acyl carnitines, to monitor children with genetic disorders. And so the metabolic disease testing or inborn errors of metabolism testing is a major area of application. But then we got a second instrument together to look at drugs such as immunosuppressive drugs, cyclosporin, tacrolimus, sirolimus, and so on. And then this grew. Right now, we actually have 8 mass spectrometry systems in the lab where we use extensively in endocrinology. We are now doing extensive toxicology testing and so on. So there are almost unlimited applications. Actually now, for more sensitive estradiol testing, for example, we use the mass spectrometer. So there are a number of applications that have been added in the recent years. So we are increasing the number of mass spectrometer and decreasing the number of other instruments that use traditional technology. But as I mentioned, the future of mass spectrometry, and I think this will be an important innovation, is to use the mass spectrometer on a fully automated clinical chemistry analyzer and use it as a detector to be able to increase the power of our automated systems. So not only do some of the basic chemistry and immunoassays, but also be able to do mass spectrometer analysis as part of the routine automated technology. Also, there are actually a number of groups looking at miniaturizing mass spectrometry systems and potentially creating point-of-care devices that are based on mass spectrometry. So that's coming as well, and I think would further add to the value of this technology. Now, let's look at other areas. Lab automation and robotics, a major area of innovation. It's already here. Many labs are fully automated, but also increasing use of so-called humanoid robots. Robots are being used to basically run the automated systems and even to transport samples. So some hospitals are using robots, for example, to deliver samples from different clinical areas to the lab, and so on. So the next slide shows you, for example, some of the humanoid robots that actually act as a courier and transport service, and then they can transport samples. They can also load samples. They can run instruments. And of course, this is, in one way, is unfortunate that it's taking away jobs from some of our human technologists, but it is coming, especially for large reference labs that have thousands of samples being run every day. Automation is essential, especially for large labs in the US, for example, like LabCorp and others that are running not thousands, but tens of thousands of samples every day, and therefore require additional automation and robotics. Now, so not for your small lab or even medium-sized lab, but for larger labs. Another key area that has seen huge revolutions in innovation is microtechnology, or sort of lab on a chip. And this is usually, these are systems that have been used to particularly develop point-of-care devices. So some of the current developments are combination of reagent-coded microbeads and arrays of reaction vessels, especially in the context of single molecule counting or digital immunoassays and PCR, which is, of course, we're now very familiar with in relation to detecting COVID-19 RNA. So certainly these systems are growing very rapidly, and this type of technology is really underlies an emerging generation of ultra-sensitive assays, not just immunoassays, but including immunoassays that can detect proteins and other molecules at ultra low concentrations. Now, These are some of the point-of-care devices that have been developed based on some of these micro-technology innovations. And smartphone-based diagnostics really is a new generation of point-of-care devices. The next slide actually shows you some example. These are not that new. They were developed a few years ago, such as GlucoWatch and some other devices. Actually, there are also now detection systems, for example, for PO2, like blood gases that could be used, for example, put on someone's ear to be able to detect very rapidly the level of oxygen, for example. So there are a number of innovations. Glucose is one of the first, but many other molecules are starting to be measured using biosensors. And this has been combined with improved smartphone technology, and it's now smartphones are becoming a platform technology perfectly suited for low resource and remote settings. So using these devices in remote settings where there are no labs and no lab technologies or resources available. So many potential applications. Now, of course, other areas of innovations this is really impacting lab medicine is big data analysis and data mining. As I have written here, lab medicine is a domain which offers a unique opportunity to analyze extremely large, rich, and complex data sets of information concerning medical lab test results. So we all in the lab are sitting on millions, if not hundreds of millions of data points. And as we analyze samples in the lab, we collect a lot of data. So a lot of this data can be mined in many ways. For example, one simple way is to calculate reference ranges, but also to be able to define potentially diagnostic pathways. And so this has been increasingly used as like this technology to provide more diagnostic information and prognostic information. I'm going fast because of time. Other areas that are really sort of in addition to machine learning and data mining is, of course, the introduction of artificial intelligence. I'm sure you may actually have other lectures on this topic. This is, of course, a hot topic currently in healthcare systems, in medicine, but also in lab medicine. And this just here defines different levels of this technology: artificial intelligence, which is the simulation of human intelligence processes by machines, then machine learning, then deep learning, and so-called deep neural networks. Now, these systems are actually being used heavily now by many industries, and it's rapidly making its way into healthcare systems and diagnostic systems. Now, this slide talks about AI-powered diagnostic tools. And of course, in medicine, artificial intelligence is making a huge impact, and it's been referred to, AI has been referred to the sleeping giant in healthcare, in a sense that it can really replace in many ways the role of humans in diagnosis of disease and monitoring disease and disease prognosis. It can also help reduce errors in healthcare systems, but also in the lab. So lab errors. It can also help to relieve pressure on healthcare system. And it could particularly be important for some of the low resource areas where there are hardly any doctors available. So for example, in villages, well, if you have technology communication, and since most people, even in poor villages around the world, have smartphones, then you could potentially use that communication tool to provide information on patients without actually any intervention by physicians. Now, this is also impacting, of course, diagnostic technology. Now, next slide, I talk about some of the examples, some of the AI-powered diagnostic tools. WebMD is one example. Boy Health. This is actually quite an interesting technology. It's an application that uses algorithms to diagnose and treat illness based on symptoms. So you can enter the symptoms that a patient has, or the patient himself can actually enter the information. And then the tool is able to use algorithms to come up with a diagnosis as well as with a treatment recommendation. And this is increasing. There are many other apps, the ADA, the AI Doctor, Babylon Health app, and more recently, sorry, I'm going very fast, but I don't want to go over time. There have been a large number of such developments, not just in diagnosis, but even in simply processes of running a hospital or lab processing improvements. So some examples are shown here, where many centers in US, in UAE, in Johns Hopkins, in many other areas have used artificial intelligence to optimize patient care and improve processes and reduce errors. Before I close, I want to show you one other important example, and this is the Microsoft Health Bot. This was developed, it's an AI-powered diagnostic tool developed by Microsoft, and is actually currently used by Quest Diagnostics. Quest is one of the largest labs in the US. It's a private reference lab, but a very well recognized lab used as a reference by many in Canada and US. And they developed this thing called MyQuest, and it's an AI-powered diagnostic tool that can help patients find test locations, can help patients to schedule lab appointments. It can also help get answers to non-medical questions and other aspects of their care. So it's an example of technologies that use both outside the lab, but also inside the lab. So lab medicine and in vitro diagnostics really are rapidly evolving, and there is really an exciting future ahead. There are a number of additional innovations that I really don't have time to talk about, but there are a huge number of, for example, as I mentioned, innovations in the genetic and genomic area, but I didn't have time to go through some of the innovations, also additional innovations in point-of-care testing. So this field is growing and changing rapidly, and more to come. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adeli, for your presentation and contribution. Now, as the last speaker of the first session, I invite Professor Dr. Rajeev Timothy Erasmus from African Federation of Clinical Chemistry to make his presentations on ethical issues in laboratory management. I think there is a technical problem. Okay.
and treatment are based on the results of lab tests. Modern medical ethics
I think.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
No problem.
It's a great pleasure to be taking part in these webinars organized by Malatya University and also be part of the organizing committee. My name is Rajiv Erasmus, and I'm from Stellenbosch University in Cape Town, South Africa, and I will be talking on ethical issues in lab management. I will cover the various historical events which led to the current principles guiding ethics. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a great pleasure to be taking part in these webinars organized by Malatya University and also be part of the organizing committee. My name is Rajiv Erasmus, and I'm from Stellenbosch University in Cape Town, South Africa, and I will be talking on ethical issues in lab management. I will cover the various historical events which led to the current principles guiding ethics, and then consider the role of ethics in lab management, and finally touch upon some special areas of concern. Ethics is a set of principles of right conduct, and the principle of doing good and not doing harm form the essence of every code of medical ethics. The roots of medical ethics are generally derived from the teachings of the Greek physician Hippocrates, and the basic principle is the same, that is, do not harm. Ethics is of great importance in the medical lab, as decisions about diagnosis, prognosis, and treatment are based on the results of lab tests, and harm may occur due to wrong results being produced. Modern medical ethics is believed to have started following the end of the Second World War. The Nuremberg trials led to the Nuremberg Code in 1947. This code was the initiation of modern ethical values. It emphasized ethical conduct for research involving biological subjects. It was followed in 1948 by the Geneva Declaration, which was essentially a physician's oath that was an amendment of the Hippocratic Oath and asserted the commitment of the physician to patient care. In 1964, the 10 principles of the Nuremberg Code and the Declaration of Geneva were merged into a single document and named it as the Declaration of Helsinki. The Belmont Report is one of the key works concerning healthcare research. Although it basically addressed ethical guidelines for research involving human participants, it is now used widely in clinical practice, and 3 basic principles are defined. These are respect for participants, justice, and beneficence. So these 3 principles from the Belmont Report have formed the backbone of modern medical ethics. So what do these 3 mean? Respect refers to the autonomy of individuals. They must think and decide what is best for them. In the hospital, patients must provide consent for procedures after all benefits and risks have been explained. Beneficence, on the other hand, means that the health provider should always act in the best interest of the patient and do no harm, while justice is about equity in the distribution of scarce resources, and no differential treatment or discrimination must occur based on sex, color, or social class of the patient. This has become quite an important issue in recent times with respect to treatment of minorities. So in the medical lab, 5 fundamental values are critical. The lab scientist must possess the relevant technical skills, be responsible and aware of quality procedures that must be followed, and lastly, be professional and have a sense of community. As it is important to deliver the right answer at the right time, our first priority is to deliver a reliable result, and thus we need to do what is necessary to obtain such a result, and more importantly, to cultivate a culture of learning from our mistakes. We also need to be aware that a patient has a right to privacy and determine what information can be shared or withheld from others. We need to be aware that an invasion of privacy may cause loss of dignity, anxiety, or shame to the patient. As we are professionals, we need to create a team spirit which enhances workflow and makes our services efficient. We need to uphold obligations to the profession and ensure that our focus is the patient, even when we are examining methods to effectively reduce costs. We also need to ensure that we continue to participate in training programs so that we are abreast of current developments in our profession. Professional societies such as the IFCC, AACC, and the ISO have also defined the ethical conduct that must be maintained in medical labs. All conflicts in competing interests must be declared, and that management and personnel shall be free from financial and commercial influence. Procedures to ensure that samples are treated according to relevant legal requirements should be in place, and confidentiality of information at all levels must be maintained. So how can we apply the 3 ethical principles of justice, respect, and beneficence in our daily practice? The total testing process in the lab essentially consists of 3 phases, and each of these phases has its own challenges when it comes to ethical conduct. One of the primary issues in the pre-analytical phase is that of showing respect for the patient by ensuring that the patient has given an informed consent. An informed consent implies that the patient is aware of all risks and benefits of the procedure. Consent can either be expressed when the subject is asked for written or verbal agreement, or be implied, in which a patient provides a requisition and willingly sits in a chair and allows a sample to be taken. This may sometimes pose a problem when a patient is incompetent to take a decision due to age, mental status, or critical illness. Sufficient precautions must also be undertaken to ensure that no physical harm comes to the patient whilst collecting the blood samples. Proper identification procedures must be followed to avoid samples getting mixed up. Confidentiality must be maintained at every step of the process, including specimen transportation and data entry. Furthermore, the patient must be treated with a kind attitude. The principle of justice in the pre-analytical phase means that access to tests must be widely available at reasonable cost. All samples must be treated equally, and no preference must be given to individuals to facilitate the collection process at the expense of other patients. This can be challenging as many healthcare providers are under pressure to reduce costs and improve quality. In the analytical phase, similar to what happens in the pre-analytical phase, confidentiality, quality, and competence are vital to ensure that the results are reliable and that the patient benefits from the testing process and no harm comes to the patient due to erroneous reporting of results. Even during this phase, patients have a right to decline to have their specimens analyzed even after their specimens have been collected and processed. In the post-analytical phase, the three ethical principles means that confidentiality and privacy apply. And this means that only authorized personnel can have access to medical records and lab results. There must be a policy in the lab on specimen storage, as well as policies on retention and destruction of medical records. Patient samples can only be used for the tests that were requested for. Many times, residual samples are left, and analysis of these samples will need ethical clearance and may also sometimes require patient consent. Application of the three ethical principles in the post-analytical phase also means that results will be sent back timeously, will be interpreted by qualified and trained staff so that they are not misinterpreted. Furthermore, withholding of results, which happens in some private labs due to non-payment, must also be avoided. Again, confidentiality of results is critical. I will now consider some ethical issues of particular importance in lab medicine as listed in this table. Biobanking in recent times has become quite common and presents unique challenges. Privacy and confidentiality of results and information can be quite challenging as large amounts of data are generated. Additionally, samples are stored for long periods of time, and one sample may be used for multiple studies. And sometimes samples may even be sold. Biobanks therefore have two options regarding consent. The first is to recontact patients and get consent for each new research studies. This is logistically difficult and time-consuming. The other option is to give a broad consent that allows for future use of the samples. In effect, this means that patients have decreased autonomy. This table describes some of the actions that need to be undertaken to obtain consent and preserve subject privacy and confidentiality in biobanks. It also states some of the benefits that the patient may reasonably expect, and further states the number of years that a sample can be tested for. Another area of importance is that of genetic testing. Because genetic testing can affect family members and the individual's ability to obtain life insurance, a discussion should take place and genetic counselors should be involved. Privacy is critical because of the personal nature of the results and may be practically difficult to achieve. In 2008, geneticists reported that they could identify individuals within pooled anonymized data sets if they have a small amount of identified genetic information. Confidentiality and ownership of data is also difficult if samples are analyzed in two different labs. and thus confidentiality must never be promised. A further ethical dilemma is the limited access to healthcare by minority populations. This can have an impact on the determination of reference intervals, as these populations may be underrepresented and thus the values obtained may be compromised. In each of these cases, both justice and beneficence are compromised, as such populations are often marginalized. Incidental findings are often observed during the lab testing process and can often pose as an ethical issue with regards to disclosing the result. Incidental findings are results that have potential health implications and are unintentionally discovered during clinical testing. The benefit and harm of disclosing such a result must therefore be carefully weighed. The direct-to-consumer market, like point-of-care testing, is growing at an enormous rate and is fraught with the possibility of misdiagnosis. Certain actions could therefore improve the reliability of DTC testing. These include further research into DTC needs to be conducted. A formulary of allowable DTC tests should be made available, and limiting DTC testing to those that have received FDA approval should be considered. Errors often occur in medical labs, and lab managers face unique challenges because they usually have no relationship with the affected patient. Lab errors should be disclosed as soon as possible, possibly preferably by someone who has an existing relationship with the patient and can explain what happened. A joint disclosure with the treating clinician may also be useful. Risk managers and attorneys may also sometimes be helpful. Mistakes often occur in the lab, but what is critical is that we must own up and learn from them. We must also have a plan to prevent them. This often means following all QC procedures, methods, and SOPs. The medical lab scientists must show integrity at all levels and be proud of what they do. Lastly, we have all heard about lab fraud. Some of you might have heard about the famous Theranos case, in which the CEO of that company was charged with fraud. Fraud refers to deliberately falsifying analytical or quality assurance results, or charging patients for tests not done. We must therefore guard against this, and organizations must have a system in place for whistleblowers. Ethical dilemmas can often occur between lab scientists and other colleagues whom they meet in their professional work. It is always important for us to note that the interest of the patient always has first priority. We must always consider if procedures and policies are for the benefit of the patient and not our colleagues. Loyalty between colleagues and the desire for an effective utilization of resources must not be harmful or cause inconvenience to the patient. So to conclude, good ethical practice is paramount in the management of the medical lab. We must, as lab managers, continually remind ourselves that the patient is the center of the healthcare system. There is no doubt that the patient is the weaker party of the two, and systems and practices must be in place that no harm comes to the patient, and the patient is treated in a just and humane manner. So it's critical, therefore, that we in the lab conduct ourselves in an ethical manner at all times and be aware of what can possibly go wrong if prevention measures are not in place. Thank you so much for listening, and I do hope you enjoyed the talk.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Erasmus, for his valuable contributions. Now, dear guests, our first session has ended. Thank you very much for all participants again for their contributions. We have a break for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, we will meet at the second session at 13:45.
Merhaba, Önder Bey. Önder Bey merhaba, orada mısınız?
Dear participants, welcome to our second session. For the first speaker, I invite Professor Dr. Tomris Özben from Akdeniz University, who has made invaluable contributions for the preparation stage of our program, will now make a presentation on recent advances and challenges in laboratory medicine.
Thank you very much for your invitation and for presentation. First of all, I would like to congratulate and also express my thanks to Professor Aysun Karabulut, Director of Malatya Turgut Özal University. And she is actually a biochemist, and she devotes most of her time also for biochemistry, and she is an active IFCC officer in the one of the committees of IFCC. So, laboratory medicine, this is our profession, and our profession, laboratory medicine, contributes positively to the quality of healthcare. How we can achieve this? We provide high-quality laboratory test results, also ensure optimal test accuracy and precision, and we deliver the test results in a timely manner, and also provide a consultation to healthcare professionals for evidence-based clinical decisions. So, laboratory medicine, in other words, in vitro diagnostics, provides objective information, and it supports evidence-based medicine. It constitutes the basis for accurate and fast diagnosis and leading to appropriate and effective therapy. And so this, all of them allows reassessment and updating of therapy and shortens length of hospital stay of the patients and lowers also risk of hospital infections despite staying less in the hospital and improves the quality of life of patients. And also, it is very important, it decreases the total cost of health care expenditure. So, what are our strategic priorities? Laboratory medicine improves the healthcare by identifying strategic priorities. This keeps up. We are updating them, but we can count them: quality assurance standards, harmonization of quality indicators for total testing process, biological variability, accreditation, performance criteria, education, standardization, harmonization, traceability, and commutability of reference materials, and also clinical and cost effectiveness with novel applications and multiplex diagnostic technologies, and application of emerging and disrupting technologies to clinical laboratories. And we are in the age of digital health era. It allows us to use information technology and electronic communication tools. And we also provide services to deliver healthcare services. And we pursue recognition of the importance of the clinical value of laboratory medicine, especially focusing outside of the laboratory. So, in many European countries, the requirements for total quality management are being fulfilled and practiced even. But there are still some countries, they still need support to achieve this aim. Total quality management consists of internal and external quality assurances, and validation and notification of test results. And we keep using, especially when the workload is high, we use some very useful software to review the test results of the patients, comparing them with the previous test results. And what is also relevant, training and competency testing of laboratory personnel is very important, and accreditation of laboratories, this might be achieved by governmental or other regulatory agencies. So, digitalization in healthcare and automation, we are using them, such as pneumatic sample conveying systems. From the clinics, all the samples are conveyed in pneumatic samples to the laboratories, robotics, bidirectional laboratory IT interface. These are leading to decrease direct contact of the physicians and patients with the medical laboratories. So this is a challenge now we are facing now. So digital medicine will be a new challenge for laboratory medicine because it is decreasing our contact with the physicians and patients. So what we should do, how can we cope with this challenge? Handling the disruption of laboratory medicine, we need to use them in digital health, but we need to reassess our classical tasks, as well as we need to adapt new tasks for us. So clinicians, we are all facing in our daily laboratory practice, clinicians contact the laboratory only in case of complex, unclear test results. If they are not fitting to their clinical decisions, then they should contact us and they discuss with the results of their patients. But laboratories should communicate not only with doctors, but also with the patients, because as a consequence of these developments, it is not easy, all this digitalization, because of this, it is not easy for the medical laboratories to enter into the center of medical dialogue between the clinicians and patients. So, but patients today are much more informed, according to the past, due to the availability of incredible information in internet about diseases and diagnostic methods. Even for COVID pandemic, everybody, I am saying, that became professor of COVID-19. So we keep discussing more than 1 year about this. So patients are today much more informed about the laboratory tests. And so this also is an area, after this pandemic, our laboratory medicine became much more important. People are aware of the value of laboratory medicine now. So better informed patients are expected to access directly to the laboratory data providers for interpretation of their test results. So critical results. Definition of critical results should be decided not only by the laboratory scientists, but in agreement with the clinicians. It is very important to agree with them. And provision of patient-specific interpretation or commentary about the test results improves both the time and accuracy of diagnosis, helps the clinicians for their diagnosis and prognosis, and this way they decrease length of hospital stay and improve the clinical outcome. So clinical laboratories play a greater role in reducing errors and improving also patient safety and diagnosis, and in managing and monitoring extra-analytical quality issues by building its quality management expertise. There are established standards, as shown some of them in this slide. So, there are many diagnostic algorithms. They provide guidance for test selection to the clinicians. And there are also reflex test protocols. Two types of them are based on these diagnostic algorithms. One of them is standard of care or universal reflex testing, and the other is the local institutional reflex testing. And the hospital medical committee should approve the necessity and the value of the institutional reflex testing protocols. You need to contact them and you need to agree with them on to use them, local institutional reflex testings. And properly designed and applied reflex testing also helps and also provides faster diagnosis and also decreases the cost of the tests. So traceability in laboratory medicine also a very important issue, because high percentage of clinical decisions of the physicians are based on data stemming from laboratory medicine. Around 80%, 85% comes, the decision diagnoses are based on the data from laboratory medicine. But this responsibility requires, we need to deliver high quality service, high quality results. So this can be achieved by traceability. Method calibration is a challenge. in vitro diagnostic companies mostly produce their own calibrators. When they produce their own calibrators, this results in variability between methods for the same measurement. There are different results for the same measurement. So not only variability between methods, the methods used, but also because of the calibrators, they may cause incorrect patient results, and they may also lead to wrong diagnosis and treatment and poor clinical outcome. So traceability requires two things, both certified reference materials and reference measurement procedures, methods. So two things is needed. And there is a joint committee for traceability, and one of the three stakeholders formed this joint committee in 2002 in Paris: International Bureau of Weights and Measures, BIPM, IFCC, and International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation. This is to enable a global response to the IVD directives. So, IVD industries have broad scopes, ranging from very sophisticated technologies at the cutting edge of research, even including also to simple things. There is a big variance. The vital contribution of the IVD industry to achieve high quality in laboratory medicine is recognized by all of us. So we need to collaborate with them. Laboratory professionals need to collaborate with the IVD industry to enhance pursuing projects of common interest. And we expect, in spite of changes and challenges, the overall IVD market, we are expected to double in the next 10 years. So even if there are many regulations, even there are many challenges, it is expected to grow. So one of the challenges of IVD sector is the new regulations. The new European in vitro diagnostic regulation, IVDR, it was published, it was accepted and published in 2017, and 5-year transition period was given to the IVD companies. The biggest change is the introduction of a risk-based approach to classification, and also very important, all their products need to receive approval from notified bodies. And the new European Union regulations create a new environment for IVD companies for their product development, management of product life cycle, and commercialization. So all the IVD companies in Europe need to re-register their entire portfolio under the new regulation during this transition period. So this is applicable to all devices, all diagnostic reagents sold or marketed within the European Union with no distinction as to where they are marketed. So they have to obey all this. CE marking requirements are needed, clinical hand performance requirements are needed, post-market vigilance and surveillance, and also unique device identifiers will be used, a new system. And then there will be a European data bank on medical devices. You do the math. IVD manufacturers are required also to develop, not after selling their equipment, their reagents, they have to develop post-market surveillance reports to monitor specific for their safety, clinical performance, and also the risk and benefit ratios. So there are some financial constraints in laboratories, laboratory organization, and staffing. IVDs, laboratory medicine, in vitro diagnostics, consists of only very small of healthcare expenses. But it is a very clear and rational investment in healthcare because all the diagnoses and prognosis are mostly based on the data coming from the laboratories. In comparison to this important benefit, it only constitutes a small amount of healthcare importance. So this should be understood by the clinicians, hospital administration, policymakers, financial controllers. So there are also some tasks to prevent cost-effective operation of laboratories. It is an important issue, and there is a consolidation and automation that can be used to decrease the expenses. But on the other hand, laboratory staffing shortages is a source of concern. So it is difficult because we are providing usually 7 days, 24-hour service, and laboratory staffing shortages is a source of concern. Even we realized this during the pandemic. Point of care testing, I would like to mention this. This is very important. Healthcare system is undergoing a big change, focusing on improved population health, patient outcomes, more patient engagement, and all provide them affordable and reasonable costs. The biggest advantage of point POCT, they provide results faster, and patients, clinicians access to the test results immediately. And then it helps to fast diagnosis and afterwards subsequent treatment. So the next generation point of care platforms are expected to grow even faster than the central lab market. And this POCT and home tests offer several benefits: low cost, portability, simplicity, flexibility, built-in quality control. And in near future, we expect them to decrease reliance on hospital central laboratories extensively. So there will be a big competition between the central lab and the point of care testing. So as mentioned with the other speakers, smartphones, wearable devices are very important, and also they receive some FDA approval. Mobile technology, telehealth, they play important role in laboratory medicine nowadays and also in future, especially in low research and remote regions. If they are not able to reach a central lab, so they can, POCT provides a very important, has a very important role in these remote areas. But there are problems associated with POCT. So regulatory compliance like FDA and CLIA. And if this POCT connected to the central lab, because there are some limitations to connect the device to the central labs, and also some results between the POCT and the central lab might be different. And the database requirements for POCT, these are the challenges. So there are also different problems. For example, who is operating these POCTs? The operators need some certification. So also the device should be tracked, and quality control and calibration verifications are needed. So before releasing the results, the quality control and calibrations should be verified. And also the results, orders, test orders, reporting, and the results should be stored. And also even the payments for this test is an important issue. Automatic capture of billing information should be done. I don't see it. I'm sorry. I am not able to check. Okay, now I see it. Okay. So POCT management system should enable automatic electronic flow of data from POCT devices to the laboratory information system, and also patients' health records. And they should provide also remote access to the quality controls and the operator certification data. This should be provided. So artificial intelligence, the next revolution in healthcare, this was mentioned by the previous speakers. And the old model in vitro diagnostics, they were the companies were innovating some tests, reagents, and devices, and they were manufacturing them, and they were selling. This is an old model. But new model, they are using artificial intelligence, robotics, and big data. So This is our current advances and also in future. And this is from a meeting in 2020, Gartner Symposium, and Peter Sondergaard, the CEO of this Gartner Symposium, he said that 1.8 million people will lose their jobs due to artificial intelligence. So this is a big threat for our workers. But this will create 2.3 million jobs. This means that there will be 500,000 new jobs. But is it the same type of works? Unfortunately, no, because technological talent is getting harder than ever, especially for high demand skills, data science, cybersecurity. So it is changing. The work also changing due to this. So ethics, Rajiv mentioned about ethics, so I will not talk about ethics, but it is very important. Even in this big data age, we need to protect the patient's personal health. And also we should educate people in research ethics, medical ethics, publication ethics, conflict of interest, ethical responsibilities of educator, laboratory scientists, patient rights, and many other areas. This is a very important area. So science and innovation. So we should follow science and new innovations and then implement them in our clinical laboratories. For example, the new innovations, lab on a chip, multiplex systems, NGS, next generation sequences, liquid biopsy, automated mass spectrophotometry, and microbiome profiling, biosensors, all of them very important, and there are big efforts, big innovations in these fields, and every day there are new innovations, and so we should follow them and implement in our laboratories. And we should introduce new technologies, and also we should prepare new laboratory guidelines and establish networks of reference laboratories, and also support biomedical research policy in laboratory medicine between different laboratories. So there are some total testing processes should be monitored, and quality indicators should be harmonized and implemented and reviewed. And we should focus on harmonization and standardization in laboratory medicine, as I mentioned, like traceability. So this is my last slide. So every possible attempt we should perform to take part in the center of the medical dialogue between the patients and the clinicians, and we shouldn't be considered as a second healthcare provider to the clinicians and patients. So they should understand the importance of laboratory medicine, because we are contributing a lot for their accurate diagnosis and prognosis of patients, and we are helping to the clinicians. And so we should, as a laboratory medicine scientists, we should focus on advanced and integrative diagnostics, and also organize meetings with clinicians and introduce new methodologies in order to increase our visibility beyond providing well-functioning technical service. And thank you very much for your attention. And this is the Malatya, some photos. Unfortunately, we couldn't go there, but I hope in the next, in future, we will have some physical meetings as before.
Thank you very much, Ms. Özben, for your contribution, presentation, and speech. Also, we will happy with, to host you in Malatya Turgut Özal University in Malatya. Okay, now we will watch the video of Sever Sandberg from Harold Plus Dikanos Hospital on what is the usefulness of biological variation data.
First of all, I will thank the organizer for inviting me to do this presentation. As you know, I'm very happy to talk about biological variation and how to develop biological variation data. So this first picture is from a Norwegian glacier, and you can see that we are working in a row, using a rope, and we see a crack in the ice, and this crack is 40 meters deep, so that you shouldn't go too near it. So there are dangerous things all over, and this is also in biological variation. We have to be aware of the strengths and the weaknesses of the data that we are using. So this is not biological variation. It's just an illustration that more or less everything in the universe has a rhythmical nature. The Earth goes around the sun, and the moon goes around the sun. What is then biological variation, as we are talking about it? It is the variation of the homeostatic set points of laboratory analysis during a lifetime. It's a rhythmical variation during day, month, and year. It's the variation between people, as we call it, the reference interval, and it's a random variation around a set point in each individual. And we can in this way. This is, of course, an idealized way of looking at it. This is the population mean in the middle, and then we have the between-person biological variation around the population mean. In addition to this, we have the within-person biological variation around each person's homeostatic setting points. And you can see here we have three different persons. They have within-subject biological variation around these setting points. And then we have the analytical variation, which reflects what we are doing in the laboratory. Just to show you an example, this is the within-subject biological variation in a study we did on hemoglobin A1C in healthy and persons with diabetes. The number of persons is now along the x-axis, and the A1C result in percentage is along the y-axis. And you can see that the variation for each person is not so different between healthy and diabetic patients, but of course the level is different. The concentration is different. So what I will talk about today is how can we apply data from biological variation, and how do we develop these data? Well, we can calculate the index of individuality. And this is done to judge the importance of the reference interval. We can calculate the reference change value to monitor patients. We can use it to set analytical performance specifications in laboratories, and we can use it to generate personal or individualized reference intervals. In 2014, we established a working group on biological variation in the European Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine, and later we have established a task group on biological variation database. And the tasks for this is what we wanted to do, I think it's better to say that one, was to generate a critical appraisal checklist to evaluate papers on biological variation. There were a lot of papers on biological variation, but there were no system to evaluate the quality of these papers. The other thing we did was to collect samples to analyze most measurements on biological variation, because we wanted to see if a new way of analyzing these measurements could generate different data on biological variation. And we wanted to collect everything on a new database on biological variation that we could launch on the website of EFLM. In addition to this, we have started to develop new methods for calculating biological variation, and I will not go much into that. This is our group on two different occasions. And you can see that we have been together. Most of the meetings we have had in Barcelona, and there's an eager group from 6 different countries participating in this work. And most of the work is to evaluate papers on evaluate papers on biological variation in a systematic way and to classify the papers. And we also calculate biological variation from data in a database in Milan, where we have accumulated a lot of serum samples from experiments on biological variation. But before we could classify papers on biological variation, we had to make a checklist. So this is the biological variation data critical appraisal checklist, where we actually listed up some factors that should be taken into account when evaluating papers on biological variation. So this is a long checklist, and I will not go through everything here. But this checklist is used to classify the different papers in Class A, that's the most perfect papers, Class B, not so perfect, Class C is acceptable quality, and Class D actually without any usefulness. I will just show you results from hemoglobin A1C, and here you can see that we have listed all the studies. The paper number is along the x-axis. The within subject biological variation and measured as a coefficient of variation is along the y-axis, and you can see that there is a lot of variation between the different papers and the point estimates of biological variation. And you can see we have looked at different groups, healthy, non-healthy, pediatric patients, etc. And you can see that also within this group, there's a lot of variation. So I think that's one of the key messages that you should take home, is that there is variations or measurement uncertainty or uncertainty in the estimates of biological variation. We then try to gather all the papers on biological variation for one measurement. And we, as I said, we categorize them using A, B, or C. And we give them weight according to the number of samples or subjects. This is also given by the confidence intervals. But of course, the larger the story, the more impact it has on the overall estimate on the biological within subject and between subject biological variation. So this is the background for the meta-analysis. So then we have gathered all this information, and we have developed analysis on the EFLM website, the EFLM Biological Variation Database. And if you click on this on the bottom here, come to this page, which you also can find by going into the biologicalvariation.eu website. So here you can search for most of the measurements that we are talking about. As you can see, we have evaluated 500 papers. We have looked at more than 2,400 records, and we have looked at 233 different measurements. So if we, for example, click here, we can find it within subject biological variation for albumin. You can see that the median point estimate of the within subject biological variation is 2.6. The lower confidence limit is 2.5, and it goes up to the higher confidence interval of 3.0. You can also find information of between subject biological variation with lower confidence interval and upper confidence interval. And you can also push the button to find the reference change value and to find the analytical performance specifications. And you can look at each of the different papers dealing with albumin in a list given below. So the new biological variation data on the EFLM website is of the utmost importance when we are talking about biological variation data. I will then refer to 4 different ways of using biological variation data. One is what we call the index of individuality, which is actually the within-subject biological variation divided with the between-subject biological variation. When this ratio is high, that is more than 1.4, the distribution of values from any single individual will cover most of the entire dispersion of the reference interval. When this index is low, below 0.6, the dispersion of values for any individuals will span only a small part of the reference interval, and individuals can have high values that are unusual for them, but still be within the reference interval. A typical measurand is, for example, the mean cellular volume, MCV, which has a very, very low within-subject biological variation and a rather large between-subject biological variation, with an index much lower than 0.6. This means that you can have a low MCV individually, but still be within the reference interval. The reference change value is used to monitor patients. Because, as I said, most measurands have a marked individuality and low index of individuality, reference intervals provide limited assistance when serial results of an individual need to be interpreted. The difference between the two results is the reference change value. And this is the difference that can be explained by analytical and biological variation. And the difference is given by this formula. For example, cholesterol have a reference change value given by the formula, which is rather big. This formula is not exactly correct, because if we are going to use it extremely correct, you should use an asymmetrical RCV formula, which is indicated by the yellow lines here in this figure. Here we have a CVI, that's an analytical CV of 3%. And you can see that we have an within subject biological variation of about from 1%, that is actually the 0.01 up to 0.02, 20% within subject biological variation. And you can see there is only a small difference between the symmetrical, the red lines, and the asymmetrical, yellow, RCV calculations, up to about 10% of biological variation. So when you have a biological variation below 10% and an analytical variation around 3 to 4 to 5%, you can use the symmetrical calculation without doing any big errors. But there are limitations of the reference change value, and I think I would just mention this. The reference change values is a dichotomized interpretation of continuous data. So you said, yes, you're outside, or no, you're not outside, and you're reducing the information to a simple conclusion of significant or non-significant. The fixed probability is only a statistical value and has only limited relation to the probability of the clinical situation. And further and more important, the concept only considers the probability of change being explained by analytical and biological variation, and not the counter-hypothesis, the probability that the true change has occurred. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go deeply into this now, but it's important to know that you can definitely develop a clinical disease or a clinical situation even if your change is within the reference change value interval. Analytical performance specifications is often calculated from biological variation data. And this is a reference to the first consensus document that we generated from the first strategic conference of the European Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine in 2014. Then we generated 3 different models biological variation to talk about how to set performance specifications. And I think we should all remember that these are models, and as George Box said, all models are wrong, but some are useful. So we can't use these models for everything, but sometimes we can use them for some useful things. And the best models are not necessarily the most useful models. Model 1 is based on the effect of analytical performance or clinical outcomes by direct outcome studies or indirect outcome studies. This means that we want to see the effect of analytical quality on the outcome of the patients. The Model 2 is based on components of biological variation of the measurand, and that's what we are talking about here. And Model 3 is based on the start of the 8 of the analytical systems. The Model 2 on biological variation attempts to minimize the ratio of analytical noise to the biological signal. I think it's important to remember that it actually, it don't say anything about the outcome of the patient. It's not a clinical performance specification. It's just a ratio between the analytical noise and the biological signal. That's the within subject biological variation, for example. And the advantage by this is that it can be applied to most measurements for which population-based subjects specific biological variation data can be established. The limitations are that much of the current data or studies have not been carried out in a proper scientific way and therefore contain flaws. And this is exactly why we generated this EFLM working group on biological variation, so that much of this is improved. And we have our biological variation database on the EFLM website. And we have models for analytical performance specifications, as I have shown you, but we also have sub-models to set analytical performance specifications. For example, there are many ways to calculate analytical performance specifications based on biological variation. And this is mathematics, and I cannot go into that now, but I think this is a discipline or a field that should be further expanded. We can use biological variation data on several more ways to set analytical performance specifications than what is currently done. The fourth use of the biological variation data is the personalized reference intervals. And this refers to this paper written recently by Abdurrahman Koskum in the working group on biological variation. And the principle here is rather simple. We know the within subject biological variation. We can find that in the biological variation data. And then we need to find the homostatic setting point of each individual. So if we have 3 or more previous measurement results, we can calculate the mean. When we know the mean, we can add the total variance around the homostatic set point by adding the within subject biological variation and the analytical variation. And then we can calculate the personalized reference interval. This is an example of cholesterol. You can see the red lines is the population-based reference intervals. The black lines, the green lines, the yellow lines, and the blue lines represent different persons' personalized reference intervals. And as you can see, they are much more, narrower than the population-based reference intervals, also reflecting that the index of individuality for cholesterol is less than 0.6. Conclusions. Biological variation data can be used for example, to estimate the index of individuality, the reference change value, setting performance specifications, and generating personalized reference intervals. Most important is to use biological variation data that is roughly validated. And remember that the point estimates or within subject biological variation is also calculated with some uncertainty. And we develop new methods to calculate biological variation data by, for example, using big data. So this is the end of my lecture. It's only the surface of the interesting field of biological variation data. It has actually been a great pleasure to talk to you. I'm sorry that I cannot participate online to answer your questions, but when we meet again, which I hope will not be too far away, I'm very happy to discuss all these aspects together with you. There's a long way to go to reach the top of the mountain, but as you can see, we are on our way, and we will improve all the way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sandberg, for his contribution. Now, I invite Professor Dr. Sedef Yenice from Demiroğlu Science University to give information on enhancing the impact of clinical laboratory management in value-based healthcare.
Dr. Yenice, can you hear us? Okay. Let's proceed. The next participant.
Okay, I think there is some technical problem, so we will pass the next participant. Now, I invite Professor Dr. Ferhan Sağın from Ege University to make her presentations on how the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the research, training, and supervision laboratory. Where will we go from today?
Okay, she's back.
Please open your microphone.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I'm just trying to share my screen with you. Just hold on, please.
Yes, we hear you, no problem. Now.
Okay, I'm just trying to share with you my screen.
Okay, please.
Okay, is that right now?
Yes, it is.
Yes, no problem. We can hear you.
Okay. Now I continue my presentation. All right.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the organizing committee for their invitation. I'm very pleased and greatly honored to be a part of the panel on clinical chemistry and molecular diagnostics and laboratory management and quality control by Malatya Turgut Özal University. And so I would like again to greet you in the age of the coronavirus. So this is the typical of greetings actually in our era. So that we actually coincided this. So laboratories represent one of the key organs of any health system. The 21st century brought new challenges, exacerbated by moments of crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic, as we still have been facing. With challenges, though, opportunities arise to enhance the capacity and capability of clinical laboratories to deliver high-quality service. Within the next 20 minutes, I'm going to provide you a perspective on recognizing the impact of clinical laboratory management, referring to the research data published by the Economist Intelligence Unit and Ipsos Healthcare to dig deeply into the perceptions and the capabilities of the clinical laboratory, as well as the role it plays. Then I'll conclude my talk by sharing the important lessons from the Uni-Ventus of Healthcare Excellence Awards in November 2020. So this research was conducted among the laboratory stakeholders, including healthcare executives, physicians and nurses as healthcare professionals, patients, laboratory directors, and payers from the public, either from the private sector. So geographically covered 14 countries worldwide, including our country, Turkey, too. These findings served as a basis for identifying a path forward for an expanded role for laboratories in optimal decision-making across the healthcare continuum. Before I present this compelling body of work and introduce you the strategic insights brought forth, please keep in mind the following questions to further stimulate dialogue within your institution or hospital or your healthcare system. Do you have a 3-year lab strategy that ties into corporate metrics or organizational metrics, such as patient satisfaction and lower readmission rates? Is your lab proactively consulting with physicians on test results and complex cases to help deliver clinical insights for better outcomes? Does your healthcare system aggregate data from the lab to generate insights, and are those insights proactively shared across functions? So let's have a quick look at the term of value. Over the past decade, value has been one of the most discussed and sometimes or at times overused terms in healthcare. First described in 2006 by Michael E. Porter and Elizabeth Olmsted Theisberg. So it has become synonymous with better decision-making through outcome-focused evidence, cost efficiencies, and integrated patient-centered care. A value in healthcare is a growing trend, as well as in the laboratory medicine, but it lacks measured progress. So now I'm going to show you a graphic. You see a ascending graphic. This is actually concerning the value that is embedded into health systems. This is the currency of the US dollar right now, and the impetus for such a radical shift in healthcare is now very well known. The promise of medical science and data analysis has ignited the drive for more precise and informed decision-making. The remarkable progress in health innovation has been witnessed across the sector's ecosystem, from improved availability of accurate diagnostics to the growth in precision drug therapies and the rise of new technologies, as we heard from the Professor Koshov Adeli and Tomris Özben about the bunch of new technologies which are coming up. At the same time, variations in care and financial pressures have exposed some substantial weaknesses. With global healthcare spending growing at annual average rate about 7%, more than double economic growth for the countries, aging populations, and an increase in incidence of the chronic diseases lead to questions about the sustainability of today's healthcare cost base. If we look at the world map over here, we see the current expenditures on health per capita in current US dollars in this map. So this map actually been prepared by the World Health Organization under the framework of the system of health accounts in 2011. This system tracks all health spending in a given country, including healthcare goods and services consumed during each year, regardless of entity or institution that financed and managed and that spending. It generates consistent and comprehensive data on health spending in a country, which in turn can contribute to evidence-based policymaking. In vitro laboratory tests have been estimated to account for only 2.3% of total healthcare dollars, or around 82%, $7 billion in 2017 in the US. Laboratory testing may increase the expansion of value-based reimbursement and precision medicine, but will likely remain a small part of overall healthcare expenses, especially as new and expensive therapies are implemented. So here we see the high expenditure countries over almost $5,000. Here it is marked with the dark blue colors over here, and the others are descending numbers over here, spending less amount of money or expenditure for the healthcare. So, however, while the laboratory tests are a small portion of healthcare expenditures, 94% of objective and structured data in the electronic medical records are from the clinical laboratory, as Professor Koshov Adeli has also highlighted this point in his talk. So let's look at now the big data in informatics, a critical tool for transforming health systems into a value-based approach that has to be fully harnessed for the potential of data and analytics, because it provides tons of data, and even patients are set to play a major role in this development, as data allows patients to monitor their health, manage complex conditions, spot errors, and help aggregate valuable metrics. Despite the hype around big data and clear recognition of it as a building block for value, it still faces several basic hurdles before being able to fulfill its potential for system-wide impact. So these hurdles are lack of standards regarding costs, clinical outcomes, and results that matter to patients, growth in data silos, especially as different entities like disease-specific organizations, technology firms begin to enter this space and generate their own primary data, and the security concerns and the ability to share valuable data but still maintain patient privacy. So a recent survey, for instance, revealed that while 22% of physicians at a major US cancer center expressed low confidence in their knowledge of genomics, and astounding 42% were willing to share uncertain findings of genetic testing with their patients. So this is, you see, without an organized approach toward integrating efforts under a common platform and understanding, so the individual stakeholders have been left to fend for themselves among a growing amount of structured or unstructured data. And now, in terms of the lab's impact on the value equation, the question is, Is it minimal today or exponential tomorrow? If the value movement can be characterized as developing yet incipient, the clinical laboratory's role in this process has largely been left on the sidelines. We have to consider the following points as indicative of the lab's context today. Little discussion in literature. A search of established literature on value-based healthcare indicates labs are mentioned in 1% of studies. Tests treated as a commodity. Despite the increase in volume, Medicare Part B, this is the expenditures in the United States, on laboratory tests fell from $7 billion in 2014 and in the year of 2015 to $6.8 billion in 2016. So differing stakeholder views. While executives believe the laboratory is a critical cog in delivering desired results, less than 50% of healthcare professionals or the physicians see it as a valuable resource. So these and other facts show laboratories are neither treated nor viewed as primary components in the value dialogue. So the lab's impact on the value equation. This slide demonstrates this existing divide leveraging the economy intelligent units established a value-based healthcare framework consisting of 4 pillars for the success: opportunities for lab impact and the existing gaps today. From this, it's clear there are sizable shortfalls regarding better decision-making, efficient use of resources, and patient outcomes. So when we look at these 4 pillars for success for the value-based healthcare, the first thing is the enabling environment. And the principle is the opportunity here is the ongoing education. 60% of the clinicians or the physicians would like to receive regular training from clinical laboratories in diagnostic interpretation. What is the perception about it? 18% of lab directors regularly provide training in diagnostic interpretation. So in terms of the measuring results, for instance, in the UK, £2.5 billion is spent on pathology or clinical laboratory work, with demand for 1 billion plus tests growing annually by 10%. So, which means this actually the perception is about it. 28% of typical tests ordered and are believed by doctors to be unnecessary, despite of this much amount of money spent on pathology. Integrated care. This is the third pillar. So 70% of all healthcare decisions affecting diagnosis or treatment involve a pathology investigation. This is now the classical and the statement that we all know about it. So actually 25% of tests involve doctors consulting with labs regarding test appropriateness. What about the aligned incentives? The opportunity is the outcome-driven goals. A majority of executives believe the lab is one of the important functions for delivering higher quality care. The perception is 28% of labs feel they impact executives' top key performance indicators, number of hospital-acquired infections, for instance. Okay, so the reality is somehow different. This new paradigm of health management can in turn shift the value focus from sick care to well-being. In the world where preventive care is becoming a policy priority, then the lab can be a central figure in anticipating population health needs. So Daniel Levison from the National Health Service stated that what is frustrating is that laboratories have access to so much information, but despite this, decisions across the care continuum are made by God. Now let's look at the pathology and medical expenditure trends in Australia as the model system. Seen in this graphic, the decreasing pathology services spending share of the total Medicare benefits schedule in Australia from 16% towards 12%. It's striking when this represents 3 times the percentage of total services provided, and healthcare spending per head rose annually at 9% during the same period. This trend is not limited to just one country or region. I'm not going into the details of the other countries, but just I brought up here only the model of Australia, which is a striking example of that. The divergence between increased volume and sequence in investments in labs is concerning. Not only has this lack of budget left little flexibility to adapt to the changing healthcare landscape, but the cost focus has dictated lab goals. Case in point, only patient satisfaction was rated higher than clinical lab test turnaround time by laboratory directors among 20 broader clinical, patient, and system key performance indicators according to the survey findings. So the role, in terms of the role of stakeholder perceptions in influencing laboratory impact, this data indicates a persistent misalignment in stakeholder perception of the clinical laboratories' overall influence and involvement along the patient care pathway. So here the 2 parameters are being considered: the key performance indicators management and data analytics. 47% of labs have no direct involvement in the key performance indicated process, according to the results, according to the findings of the survey as well, actually. And the top 5 prioritized performance indicators shared between executive and labs, only the 73% by the executives and 54% by the labs. So no internal alignment and lack of performance indicator awareness result in different goals, such as patient satisfaction and number of hospital-required infections. Concerning the data analytics, executives expect labs to increase abilities in areas like data and analytics, driving precision medicine's effects 61%, and risk stratification of patients is estimated 59%. The current gaps and planned actions are not aligning to meet those expectations and good level of understanding of big data analytics. So executives expect to allocate additional funding to big data for the healthcare professionals or clinicians. Only actually understand the 19%, labs 28%, and the executives is less 15%. So reconciling these differences, therefore, is key to creating a proper enabling environment for laboratories to elevate their role in the value-based healthcare world. The outcome is the laboratory is not viewed as a critical component in achieving outcome-related healthcare objectives. The possible consequences of these gaps in care are reflected in the following medical literature, if we summarize it. So, according to the Institute of Medicine in the United States, diagnostic errors contribute to approximately 10% of patient deaths and upward of 17% of adverse events in hospitals. For instance, in New Zealand, delays in diagnosis have been associated with nearly 16% of serious primary care injuries and 50% of total annual patient deaths. In sub-Saharan Africa, almost 50% of patients with diabetes go undiagnosed, a trend which, if not reversed, could be a key driver in generating an economic burden of 59.3 or almost $60 billion by the year 2030. So if Professor Roger Erasmus is still with us, he may be commenting on that. These and other value leakages are not the fault of any one stakeholder, including labs. Indeed, Dr. Plebani's study found the testing process more prone to errors in the pre- and post-analytical phases. But without altering the dynamics surrounding labs, this core element in the decision-making restricts value. So what are the opportunities and challenges for the clinical laboratories? So here's a question comes up. How much more likely would the success of value in healthcare be with a more prominent role for laboratories in evidence-based decision-making and patient outcomes? This figure demonstrates a framework for health system alignment with the value-based healthcare. At its core, of course, the term value attempts to encapsulate maximizing clinical and patient outcomes at the lowest possible cost. So it starts, measuring the relevant outcomes and costs, which causes or reveals the data collection and measurement systems and integrated analysis. And this goes on with integrated and patient-focused care in relation to coordinated care across the continuum with focus on patient, or in other words, the patient-focused laboratory medicine. And then it goes with the outcome-based focus and incentives, which means the shared goals and incentives regarding the outcomes. And then this enables context, policy, and institution, overarching policies and knowledge based on evidence. No other entity in healthcare has the multidimensional patient and population data. So we have to emphasize this over here, based on the historical disease incidence rates and patterns, as well as the clinical expertise to add value in diagnosis. So this becomes even more invaluable as the complexity of care grows over time, including the range of new healthcare diagnostic tools. So the data shows us some findings over here in terms of the measuring relevant outcomes and cost. 78% of executives agree lab data can be useful for clinical strategy and population health initiatives. 53% of executives believe the lab's role in predictive analytics will increase, and 70% of executives feel labs have significant impact on achieving their top-rated performance indicators, and labs are deemed to be the most influential function for healthcare informatics as rated by the executives based on the findings or the survey of Ipsos Healthcare in 2017. So the data also goes on over here, enabling in terms of the enabling context policy and the institutions. There's a clear trend of greater education by patients regarding their health, availability of care options that would lead to multiple points of connection with health delivery. So here, as we see, the 70% of patients are pretty much interested in their in managing their health, and 77% of the key performance, the clinicians or the physicians would value additional test result interpretations from labs. And 80% of patients express interest in guidance regarding next steps based on results. So this is actually a very important findings for the labs. What are the major gaps in the laboratory's transition to value-based healthcare? The integration, empowerment, and accountability of important outcome metrics are the major gaps. From a current service offering perspective, labs only consistently report readiness for basic areas: speed, accuracy, quality, and safety of test results. Only a small percentage of those surveyed believe that clinical decision support tools are currently offered by the lab. Still, many potential obstacles to progress remains, such as imperfections of IT systems, including legacy electronic health records or failed implementation of new platforms in facilitating real-time data sharing across established silos and necessary stakeholders, and insufficient educational backgrounds and preparedness, particularly for soft skills, as we heard from this morning from Dr. Simundic, and of key lab personnel. It's very important in terms of the leadership and management to assess and effectively communicate key insights. So the communication is always very important. So persistence in the fragmented delivery and management of care, achieving integration for specific disease conditions rather than centering on patients, and the inability of all stakeholders to have a consistent and holistic view of longitudinal patient data. And finally, the continued use of incentive schemes that reward behavior not focused on a shared set of outcomes, but rather on historical volume-based objectives. So if you look at the comparison of existing health policies and initiatives by countries, so this data comes from the Economist Intelligence Unit. What it shows us a comparison between the high-income countries and low to middle-income countries. As we see here, the high-income countries as guideline organization and moves toward outcome-based healthcare already. But when we go to the other side, to the low to middle-income countries, in comparison to the high-income countries, they do not have national guideline organization or is an international member. Actually, we run a survey approximately 2 years ago, and we found the same data based on our survey results. So it says over here, mostly the both sides have evidence-based guideline organization with focus on general care, and both high income or low to middle income countries has evidence-based guideline organization with system grading. But here, what we mostly interested in here in this presentation, the outcome-based healthcare, which provides the value of laboratory medicine, which is very important here. We need the guideline organization of the guidelines to serve towards the outcome-based healthcare. Okay. So let's move to the other slide now. Yes, this is another statement, actually comes from the director of the National Health from Australia. No other discipline in the healthcare continuum has a base of scientific knowledge similar to that of pathology or clinical laboratory medicine. So it's obviously that we all agree on that. All right, so when we look at the examples of laboratory-led population health initiatives, this data came out in the Journal of Academic Pathology, published in 2020. This is relatively new data, but it's a very good paper because it composes a lot of outcomes originated from different studies in terms of the laboratory-led healthcare population initiatives, such as pandemic infectious diseases, workplace diabetes wellness, antimicrobial stewardship, acute kidney injury, prenatal care in diabetic mothers, blood culture fill volume, or tracking co-use of benzodiazepines and opioids. So this is relevant to very new findings if you are interested in. They're all recently been published and provides very good results in terms of the outcomes of these studies that were led by the clinical laboratory personnel in coordination with a broad constituency of medical institution or on occasion commercial insurer or civil agency stakeholders. So if I would go to a summary, what to call to action, first of all, to develop a clear link between laboratories and outcomes by standardizing and measuring laboratory influence intermediate key performance indicators. So what we need here to establish the key performance indicators to initiate the action. And then to create and effectively share the real-time data analytics, proactive and predictive, and patient and population-specific information, and new data mining algorithms, as Professor Khosrow Adili highlighted this tool as well. This is the new, actually, I would say, the tool or the technique that we have to work on the algorithms for the clinical laboratory medicine. So in terms of the position stakeholders, that has to be equal partners in delivery. It's very important to establish a very good system in place within the hospital or within the institute. There is actually very good guidelines that publish about it in terms of the test utilization, right, in the laboratory settings. And then encourage laboratory standards and education. This is very important, as we have seen on the findings of the survey results. 28%, you recall, the laboratories directors are not willing to be a part of the education system. But this is necessary. And then to integrate all stakeholders along the patient care pathway through transparent communication. This is the key word. This is the keyword over here, and this is the part of the laboratory leadership to gain the communication skills to establish a good relationship with the stakeholders and to be a part of the value-based healthcare by the clinical laboratory. All right, now I'm closing. Actually, getting closer to my presentation. So I would like to here to present you the Ünivers of Healthcare Excellence Program. Actually, this was created by Abbott in partnership with other leading healthcare organizations globally to inspire and foster healthcare excellence. The Ünivers Award recognizes multidisciplinary teams that with their work transform the delivery of healthcare. This table presents 7 important dimensions that were identified for improvement and innovation in the context of value-based laboratories. Those dimensions are patient flow and patient experience, productivity, safety, networking, clinical governance, disruptive innovation, and leading research. So I would just would like to bring your attention some of the nice work done in this actually awarded by this excellence program in terms of the patient flow, patient experience, and e-service models. I'm not going into details. I just pick up some examples for you. For instance, the early detection and management of gestational diabetes mellitus for improved outcomes of mothers and their babies. Here, the insight. This goes to the standards and to establish the teams who are involved in the management of this clinical process. So this is the role of the clinical laboratories is really important in this process. So here the insight is using a multidisciplinary approach to implement new diagnostic pathways can allow to identify almost immediately and treat in pregnant women pathologies which, if not treated in time, could lead to serious consequences of the mother and baby. This is the insight actually has been the work done. So if I would go on further in terms of the other the levels of this program, productivity and efficiency, as you can see here, a reduction of inpatient daily blood draws with data science and clinical collaboration, and here is the rationale over here. And in terms of the safety, for instance, the avoiding insufficient therapies and overdosing with co-reporting eGFRs, glomerular filtration rates, for personalized drug therapy and improved outcomes. And in terms of networking, a novel collaborative approach among public and private sectors for streamlined SARS-CoV-2 testing towards optimized patient outcome during COVID-19 pandemic. This is an important work as well, to establish a network between the stakeholders who are involved in this process. This is relatively new, of course, for all of us, and to manage the pandemic conditions. And in terms of the clinical governance, let's see this example over here, the global impact of troponin and biomarkers on ischemic myocardial injury and surgical care. And this is the rationale why this study has been done. And over here, developing disruptive technology, for instance, improved diagnostic pathway and treatment for hospitalized patients with acute kidney injury. Using electronic condition-specific alert systems can help with better treatment and prevention to decrease costs and ensure better patient safety. What causes or what leads the research? For instance, here, intelligent liver function testing, a cost-effective way to increase early diagnosis of liver disease. So now I would like to finalize my presentations with these key takeaways. Clinical laboratories can facilitate value well beyond their contribution to medical diagnosis and therapy, as they can be the driving force for precision and personalized medicine, and for the shift in focus toward prevention and population health management. The need to adapt represents both opportunity and risk for the clinical laboratory. If all stakeholders are able to match their willingness for change with action, however, the result will be improved diagnosis and resource utilization, giving healthcare management an opportunity to catch up with advances in science and technology. So I would like to conclude my presentation with a nice statement originated from the Mahatma Gandhi: a correct diagnosis is 3/4 the remedy. So I would like to thank all of you for your attention. These are the list of the further readings who are interested in this topic. And if you have any questions and answers, I would like to, I would be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Yenice, for your valuable presentation. Now I invite Professor Dr. Deniz İlhan Topçu from Başkent University to make his presentations on digital transformation in laboratory medicine, embracing data analytics and decision support systems.
I am just sharing my screen. I think you can see now.
We can.
Great. Welcome. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you everyone for attending. I am greatly honored to present here. I hope you find the presentation both informative and interesting. We find ourselves confronted with a new paradigm shift. We hear about Industry 4.0, IoT, digital transformation, and many similar buzzwords constantly. The process of this revolution will be profound, but do we know where the future take us? Will it take us back to Stone Age after the Industry 4.0, or a step in the wrong direction towards a dystopic future, the likes of which are unthinkable? Hopefully not. These are actually believable scenarios for humankind's future. The third industrial revolution has implemented the use of computers and automation technology. And with this implementation, we obtain vast amounts of data, and now there's a need for processing these data. And Industry 4.0, in a sense, is about processing this data to get information. And with this information, we want to improve sustainability, productivity, quality, and customer satisfaction in all industries. And this is not different in healthcare. Again, with introduction of electronic health records, computerized technologies, automation solutions, we have, again, enormous amount of data in healthcare, and we want to process this data. And revolutions in healthcare industry will provide improve healthcare efficiency and patient experiences and outcomes. And actually, this COVID pandemic also showed that the healthcare system is under pressure. So if we can achieve this process data information and get enough information, the medicine can be personalized, it can be more efficient, it can provide more efficient diagnostic, or the research can be improved. The main idea is actually data-driven decision-making. So we want to get information from data. And in terms of dynamic or static comparison, real-time processing is important for now. This is a great figure, actually, which explains everything today I want to talk about. First of all, we have a source of big data. We have big data analytics. We have clinical decision support systems. And the outcome we want is early diagnosis and treatment. So we save lives, so we reduce costs, and we also reduce length of hospital stays. So this is our aim. And this is also our roadmap for today to explain the ideas. So let's simplify our workflow. We have first data analytics, and analytics will evolve into clinical decision support systems, and we obtain our expected improved outcome. So let's start with data. 10 to the power of 24 gigabytes of data. This is actually 30% of entire world's data volume. So we can say that healthcare has great amount of data. And but there's a problem. The processing of this data is not easy. Although the digitalization of healthcare has been progressing slowly, the amount of usable patient-level data has increased dramatically over the last decade. And if we will look at the sources of healthcare big data, now we have additional data sources other than classical ones. Electronic health records, laboratory results, which is here, imaging. Other than, we have other sources with the extended usage of mobile phones, IoT technologies. We can collect enormous amount of data from patients every day. And this diversity is actually a problem, as Professor Yeni just stated. This is actually a hurdle because it is not easy to process this different kind of data continuously. If you look at clinical laboratory process, it is not different because we are process, generate, and store transactional data with high quality and efficiently. Because modern automation generates hundreds of data points everywhere, and actually we can say we are swimming in data. And in contrast to healthcare, other healthcare data, actually we are a little lucky than other data sources because our data is electronically available, they are highly structured and coded, and they are quality control. So it is more processable compared to other data types in healthcare. And also, I want to mention that as a clinical biochemistry specialist, we have lots of experience about processing data because we have knowledge about statistics and some mathematic subjects in contrast to other areas. But again, there is a challenge. There are also challenges in laboratory data. Because of some methodological issues, traceability, units, reference intervals, analytical quality, nomenclature can be problematic. So before optimum solution, to obtain optimum solution, we need to resolve these challenges also. After data, we need tools to process, some tools to process this data, and these is actually called analytics. And analytics solutions' ultimate aim is provide better decision support so that humans can make better decisions. If we look at data analytics, we can divide it in 4 sub-types. First one is descriptive. It answers what happened question, then diagnostic, why did it happen, predictive, what will happen, and the last one is what should I do question is related with prescriptive analytics. But descriptive to prescriptive analytics, the complexity is increasing, but obtained volume is also increasing. Generally, clinical laboratories can easily utilize descriptive and diagnostic analytics, but predictive and prescriptive analytics is still more challenging experience for us. If you look at these analytics quickly, descriptive analytics about finding trends and detecting patterns. As a classical example is turnaround time. I'm going on with turnaround time to explain these descriptive analytics because it is very easy to understand. So if you want to learn turnaround time, we make descriptive analytics. And if we saw a problem about turnaround time, for example, increased turnaround time, if we want to analyze that, we can use diagnostic analytics, which utilizes data mining approaches, or nowadays it can be also machine learning algorithms can help us to answer this question. Actually, diagnostic analytics is about assessment of descriptive data. Third one is predictive analytics, which is about prediction and forecasting. For example, after some change in our laboratory to predict turnaround time, we can use these analytic tools. According to new setup, we can learn expected turnaround times. So machine learning and deep learning algorithms are also utilized for predictive analytics. But a prediction will always remain a prediction with its inherent shortcomings in knowing the future, but it is still important. If we inspect prescriptive analytics, it's about what need I do. We are expecting a recommendation from the system. Actually, this is very hard analytics tools to utilize, and generally clinical laboratories or other healthcare areas are the least utilized tools in these areas because it is hard to implement. For example, it can offer us a rerouting the stat samples to other lane to improve workflow, but this is not easy to maintain. Prescriptive analytics uses data mining techniques, advanced machine learning items, and artificial tools, and there are some rule-based systems for prescriptive analytics. If we look at some examples about laboratory examples, for management, we can track shift in workload, test menu analysis, we can learn about extra tubes rarely used, or we can detect unnecessary testing easily with laboratory analytics. But this is not limited with management solutions. Different analytical solutions can be obtained by machine learning algorithms to, for example, improve LC-MS results. We can track the LC-MS chromatogram and apply some machine learning algorithms. We can also use other diagnostic tools to improve analytic features. And how can we apply data analytics? I will try to give some practical information. Arbitrarily, I divided this section into integrated and non-integrated. Integrated solutions are LAS and middlewares. Generally, IVD companies provide middlewares, and they have very advanced data analytics tools. So I want to also bring them here. And there are some non-integrated tools, for example, Excel, SPSS, or R, Python. They can be commercial open source. They are not integrated to our system. We must take data from our LAS or middleware and apply these tools externally. LAS has generally basic functionality, as you can see here, very basic test count graphic here, but it is evolving. If you can do analytics in LAS, you don't need additional tool, but it is important for us because it's actually data source for our analysis. The second one, middleware. Now it is very common to use middleware in clinical laboratory setting. It provides improved functionality. It has multiple functions: device integration, management tools, analytics, and they have an advantage of connected to the analyzer. So they can perform real-time analysis, and they can provide flexible analysis. So they are very useful tool for us, and they also provide clinical decision support functions like auto-verification. And again, we can use middleware solutions as a data source too. If you look at some examples, this is from our laboratory in Başkent University, EBIT LNIQ AMS dashboard. It's a real-time display, so we can track our sample workload, auto-verification rate, and other metrics. This is from Gazi University. Again, this one is other IVD company, Beckman Coulter Remisol dashboard. The flat panel is mounted in screen, so laboratory staff easily track the current status of laboratory analysis. This is another solution from EBIT LNIQ integrated platform called AIP. It also provides very detailed analytic tools for us. For example, here the sample workload and the actual incoming test volume and actual completed test volume, so you can compare your capacity according to your sample number. And these are examples from middleware. They are connected to devices, so it is easier to use them. But we can also utilize some commercial tools, for example, Power BI, SAS, Tableau. And I bring Tableau here because it's very easy to use tool, and with academic subscription, you can use it freely for 1 year. So I want to recommend that. RapidMiner is also other important example. Here, this is a Microsoft Power BI output from our laboratory. Again, we can see detailed information about our device distribution, device test distribution here. And we have open source tools, R, which is my favorite, Python, 9. This third tool are very effective to use, and they are freely available, so easily can be used for data analytics with some patience and experience. For example, this data from our laboratory is middleware data. I process with this data with some script, around 20 lines, and I can obtain a very detailed efficiency, test efficiency graph with using R script. Again, R or Python can also be used for analyzing clinical analytical aspects. For example, you can use these tools for method verification or other quality control analysis. And what about spreadsheets? I know it is not easy to give up these tools. They are still valuable for day-to-day activities, but real data analysis requirement is generally different. And reproducibility is the main problem with the spreadsheets, actually. Finally, the data analytics, the advanced data analytics will evolve into clinical decision support systems. They are the final point we want to achieve to obtain improved outcome. And they are actually, again, any tool which give information, targeted information to specific person or situation. They help us to make better decisions using data and some processing technologies. They provide right information to right people through right channels in the right intervention format and at the right point in workflow. They can be used for decision or action, and they are specific for right people. They can be think as patient. They can be they are knowledge base. The knowledge comes from patient, medical databases, scientific literature, or other resources. This composes a knowledge base, and with some rules, with some constraints, clinical decision support systems get enough information about the answer we have asked. Here, a little point of care device integrated clinical decision support system example. Livongo, it uses patient demographics and blood sugar levels combined and there is an emergency or other thing. It provides additional information in contrast to traditional glucose meters. The second example is sepsis monitor. With this tool, it is possible to predict sepsis patients before the critical phase begins. And Clinical Key, UpToDate, and Isabel is other clinical decision support system knowledge sources. We use these tools, but they can also be integrated into laboratories or hospitals' electronic health records. If we look at the clinical laboratories and clinical decision support systems, we can think like it as a two context. In clinical context, clinical laboratories provide some information to a healthcare system to get decision about the patient's status. So it's a part of clinical system. And second, in laboratory context, it supports systems in laboratory directed at all testing processes. What I want to say actually, for example, in clinical context, with in different total test processing, it can help clinicians, for example, correct ordering, correct results report, interpretation, like that. These tools can facilitate clinicians all needs, starting from test ordering to result interpretation. For example, there is another tool for lab test utilization. With using this tool, it is much easier to order correct results because it gives additional information to clinicians with using patient clinical information. So test utilization become more efficiently. In laboratory context, we are actually using these, we can say these actually clinical decision support systems. For example, auto verification is very popular one in Turkey for last years, and it's actually a clinical decision support system to help us to evaluate our laboratory reports, and it uses different analytic tools to achieve that state. So I want to conclude my words with these pictures, which are from a data science meeting, which I participated 2017. It was very interesting that in closing talks, they mentioned that only 40% of participants for actual data scientists or related are from related disciplines. The other participants are from other industries, including healthcare, education, and finance. So I think to improve our work, to improve our clinical laboratory workflow, we must utilize these tools ourselves too. We have already some experience, and I am sure we can easily collaboration with other computational and statistical experts, we can, with this mindset, we can manage our labs more efficiently and productively. I would thank you to your presentation, and if you have any question, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you
very much,
Mr. Topçu, for your contributions. And now, for the last speaker, as a last speaker, I invite Professor Dr. Ferhan Sağın from Ege University to make your presentations on how the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the research, training, and supervision in the clinical laboratory. Where will we go from today?
Dr. Sağın, can you hear us? Dr. Sağın, we can't hear you. Can you hear us?
Şimdi duyabiliyorum. Yalnız ekran paylaşım izninde bir sorun çıktı galiba.
Ne oldu hocam?
Ekran paylaş diyorum ama
Bir uyarı ekranı çıkacak hocam.
Evet, hata ekrana erişim izni verilmedi diyor. Benim ayarlarımdan bunu.
Evet hocam, sizin ayarlarınız.
Nereden düzeltebilirim?
Ferhan hocam, isterseniz biz sizin sunumunuzu açalım buradan, sizin yerinize.
Olur ama galiba kayma olabilir şeylerde.
Umarım çok olmaz hocam. Sanırım en hızlı yol bu olacak.
O zaman isterseniz PDF olarak göndereyim. O zaman kayma olmaz.
Peki hocam.
Hemen gönderiyorum.
Sorry, dear participants, there is a technical problem now, but we are going to solve it immediately. We are waiting now.
Kolay gelsin. Ferhan Hocam duyabiliyor musunuz?
Duyuyorum.
Şimdi bağlantıyla ilgili bir sanırım sorun var.
Yani erişim izni ayarlarını galiba benim düzeltmem gerekiyor. Neden tek böyle bir şey oldu, daha önce olmamıştı, o yüzden anlayamadım ama.
Hocam, ekran paylaşımı yaptığınız zaman Mac mi kullanıyorsunuz bu arada?
Mac kullanıyorum, evet.
Evet, izin vermeniz gerekecek.
Nereden onu söylerseniz hemen. Normalde
İzlence içerisinden güvenlik ayarlarına girerseniz oradan uygulamalar içerisinde.
Settings'ten mi?
Settings içerisinden, evet.
Sistem Preference'den nereye vereceğim?
Şu an kullandığınız şey Google Chrome mu?
Evet.
Google Chrome'a izin vereceksiniz paylaşım izni.
Settings'in içinde Displays'e mi basacağım? Nereye basacağım onu?
Hayır, güvenlik ayarlarına, security.
Tamam, tekrar bakıyorum.
Ya da izlenceden güvenlik yazabilirsiniz eğer Türkçe ise, değilse security
Yok,
şeklinde.
İngilizce Security and Privacy'ye geldim.
Evet, onun içerisinde.
Privacy.
Evet.
Privacy'den nereye?
Privacy içerisinde şu an önümde Mac yok, ezbere söylüyorum. Uygulamalara, yani program.
Accessibility mi?
Evet. Erişimler izni vereceksiniz.
Ama burada gözükmüyor. Chrome yok yani.
Ferhan Hocam, bununla uğraşmak yerine şöyle, sizin sunumunuz eğer maile atılırsa biz buradan isterseniz ekleyelim. Siz sadece yönetin, olur mu?
Olur, tabii ki. Ben PDF'i gönderiyorum size.
Ben hemen sol tarafınıza bakarsanız ekranda göreceksiniz. Yazıyorum. Buraya atabilirseniz hemen ben yüklemesini gerçekleştireyim hocam.
Ne yazdım dediniz? Solta buraya yükleyeyim, tamam. Buraya nasıl yükleyebiliyorum yalnız? Sohbete mi dediniz?
Hocam yok, sol tarafta Bilgi İşlem Daire Başkanlığı'nın bir mailini yazdım. Onu kopyalayıp direkt o mail adresine PDF atarsanız ben buradan yükleyeceğim.
Tamam. Ben gönderemedim bir türlü, bir sorun oluyor. Ne olduğunu da anlayamadım.
Hocam dosya boyutu ne kadar?
Küçük, 4.9 megabayt. İsterseniz sizdeki şeyi açalım.
Bir saniye hocam, hemen
PowerPoint
ilgileniyorum.
göndermiştim size. Çok kayma olmuyorsa onu açalım doğrudan.
Tamam, hemen ilgileniyorum hocam bu arada.
Ben bu arada gönderdim PDF'i, oradan da açabilirsiniz.
Hemen ilgileniyoruz hocam, bir saniye.
Hocam biz PowerPoint sunumunuzu açtık bu arada.
Tamam. Galiba benim de ekranımda bir şey oldu, rahatlama oldu. O açıyı yapabileceğim galiba. Bir dakika, son bir kere deneyeyim. Tamam, ekran paylaşımım da oldu. Şimdi açıldı nedense.
Hocam şu an bir sorun yok. Biz sizi dinliyoruz. Buyurun.
O zaman ben kendi ekranımı paylaşırsam tercih ederim.
Buyurun hocam.
Olur mu?
Tabii ki hocam, şu an sorun görünmüyor. Buyurun hocam.
Hocam buyurun.
Tamam. Açılsın. Şu an.
Evet hocam, bir sorun yok. Biz görüyoruz.
Tamam. Dear attendees and participants of this panel, first of all, I would like to sincerely say my regrets for this technical error that was beyond my control. Sorry for making you wait for my talk. I'm truly honored to be here today after these great presentations to present my talk. As a laboratory professional and also a PhD in medical biochemistry, today I would like to stress about the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on our education, research, and training in the clinical laboratory. And maybe more importantly, I would like to focus on where is the way to go, how we should proceed in the coming years in our professional training. We know that since March 11, 2020, when the World Health Organization declared that COVID-19 is a pandemic, 415 days have passed, and it is many hours and over 500,000 minutes that we are trying to calm down this storm that affected all our world, all countries globally. In a way, laboratory professionals have showed their resilience in this period. They conducted their laboratory tests, diagnostic tests. They try to conduct their research hand in hand with clinicians. And during all these hard times, we also try to continue the training and supervision of our students, of the young generation. It was a harsh period. But today, on June 30, 2021, I think it's time, since that we somewhat, to some extent, limited the invasion and the detrimental effects of this pandemic, it's time to discuss, evaluate, and act upon what we have learned so far. So the content of my talk will be first shortly focusing on the impacts on research supervision, and then I'll try to guide us for the road for the future. In the research area, research in laboratory medicine and also basic biochemistry research, we had a great impact. We have lived through a great impact because research centers were locked down, at least for some months, and we had to temporarily halt the trials and all the research, all the ongoing research in laboratory medicine area. So there was a significant disruption of the biomedical activities and also clinical research. This has affected the young generation very much. And here on the screen, you see a survey that was conducted by the young academicians in the European Hematology Association. And nearly 300 young laboratory professionals from all over the world responded to this survey. And we see that the effect of the lockdown was much more evident in basic science researchers. They were affected much more compared to clinical researchers. Of course, most of our research in laboratory profession has to go hand in hand with clinic sites as well. So in overall, when we look, we can spot that about the productivity of research was decreased about 50% in the first 6 months of the pandemic. And when we compare this decrease in productivity in regard to the level of profession, meaning one being a PI, principal investigator, or in the managing position or in the non-managing position, we see that all of the professional levels have been affected in regard to productivity. But most of it is seen in the PI, I mean, principal investigator and managing levels. When we look at the reasons why productivity was altered, we see that a lot of the young researchers expressed that the research sites have been closed. There was no access to relevant facilities, and they had to take care of their family, and they have to take care of their health and friends, and there was not much access to data and so on. And there was, of course, a tremendous load to do the routine laboratory work, and there was not much time to do research, in fact. But this period also had some productive issues, not related to research directly, but with writing papers, reviewing papers, preparing new projects, or analyzing data, or writing grants. So we see both a limitation in research activities, but also some activation on other activities that we can conduct outside of the lab. Of course, one of the main effects of COVID-19 to research was that most of the research moved to the COVID area, because this was such a big trouble for all over the world, and it has so intricate pathways involved. Scientists and as medical professionals, we need to look and approach from many sides to this important danger, to this important threat. So there was what the researchers call a COVIDization in the research area. So it's not biochemical research, it's not pathological research, it's not pulmonology research, but it is COVIDization, COVID-related research from all areas. This was normal, of course, but I think it's time for us now slowly move to other areas which we have neglected for a year or so. If we look at the effects on training, I think all of you have witnessed these effects, and there was a big impact on training of our young scientists and residents, because we had to move a lot of their workforce for daily routines to overcome the so many million tests that had to be performed. And also, most of them were also assigned to other wards or clinics to work in patient health or patient service. So training was resumed for some time, I must confess. And there were big gaps in on-site training. And also we had to move a lot of our training activities to virtual training, like journal clubs and thesis defenses and so on. But moving them to virtual training was not a smooth action, as there were many challenges both on the trainer side, because as trainers we were not very familiar with virtual training techniques in the start of the pandemic, and also our trainees were not fully competent of using all the educational technologies. On the supervision side, this was an area that really emerged and was a significant area, I think, in the pandemic period, because there was a much more need for real supervision and mentoring for our students, for our residents, for the young staff that is working in our laboratories, because there was a surge in anxiety related to health issues, anxiety related to research, anxiety related to overwhelming workload, everyday routines, and a lot of other issues that were related with the pandemic challenges. So we need to do a more close collaboration, a more close supervision with our students. But of course, there were many limitations and challenges on that side also, because we had to do some of it in the virtual format, where face-to-face human interaction was missing. And this period also showed us that, I mean, if for students or for researchers who were performing well, there was no real challenge with virtual supervision. We were able to transfer to that site at a normal period, I guess. But for students or for residents who really need more close supervision, or who were underperforming, virtual supervision was much harder. So that was a big challenge. So, I mean, these, of course, what I just reported to you was a very rough summary of what we have gone through about the impact. But I think it's more important to focus on future days, on future weeks and months to come, and try to be proactive in all of them. So with the start of the pandemic, I think there was a very big question in the public and in all areas of the world. And now was the question, who is doing all this work? Who is doing all these tests? And I think it was pandemic, in a way, spotlighted the importance of laboratory professionals, their value in science, also the importance of their training, because now the public realized how important it is to obtain timely and accurate and precise lab values. So it was also, I believe, a great challenge to show the importance of our profession to all over the world. So we know that there is a critical need and demand for medical laboratory professionals, from technicians to PIs in the lab, and unfortunately, the training programs were not so much increasing. On the contrary, they were decreasing in some countries. So this was a period, I think, a good period for us to stress the importance of increasing the medical laboratory professionals in our community, because we saw that how they are important, and it's time to influence the politics and the health institutes and the bureaucratics on this issue to increase the training programs on medical lab scientists and also medical lab technicians. So I believe it's an important duty for professional organizations, universities, and institutes to inform these administrative bodies, but also to engage in community outreach and partner with high schools and students to improve the visibility of our profession. We have every good reason to do it right now. So this is, I think, our main duty, to recruit more students, to increase our training programs, to provide good education for the future scientists. We had gaps in our students' training, in our residents' training in this last year. So it's, I think, one of our first duties is also to provide education and training in many of these areas where our students are not fully trained because of the pandemic. So we have to provide extra courses, extra trainings, and we should not neglect these gaps in our students' training. Luckily, a lot of the organizations and institutes have provided many online resources. This is just an example from the University of Toronto, which is a very, very good free course on coronavirus cytokine storm, a very good resource for our residents and so on. And there are hundreds and thousands of such courses, and it is time that we guide our students, that we supervise our students to choose the right, the fruitful, the benefitable courses and to attend to them. There has been also new emerging areas in students' training, and some of them are like laboratory safety management, and also, like our previous speaker mentioned, there is a big emerging area in AI technology and big data management, and we have to provide training to our students, because they will be the ones who will deal with this data in the coming years. So they have to know how to process this huge amount of information, and also how to manage the large databases coming from all over the different disciplines. So programs to include AI technology to provide benefits in laboratory diagnosis and biological data mining and laboratory treatment have to be included in our further forthcoming programs. We also have to stress that I really love this quote from Hubbard, and he says, "One machine can do the work of 50 ordinary men or women, but no machine can do the work of one extraordinary man or woman." Our laboratory professionals are extraordinary in many ways, and we have to equip them with knowledge and training so well that they continue to be extraordinary. Whatever new technology comes in, they have to be proficient and competent enough to use all of these in the best way to benefit human health and also laboratory profession. There has been also a lot of new trends in educational tools and strategies. We have moved to digital teaching, but of course we should be aware that only PowerPoint teaching via Zoom is not the ideal format. We have to implement new technologies, especially engaging ones. It's not a time to transfer the knowledge that we have in our brains to our students through these screens. We have to put them in work. We have to put our students in work by engaging in activities, in problem solving, in discussing the cases, and so on. We should move to flipped learning formats where our students first should master the knowledge, the info, and then we should discuss with them in online activities how to apply that knowledge. Also, there has been a new luck or chance for us all that we can invite and collaborate with many colleagues all around the world and incorporate them in our training of our residents. This is a big chance, and I think we should all use that. And also, of course, on the organization sides and universities, institutions, and all the administrative bodies have to provide the right technology, offer training, and create incentives and support their teaching staff well-being. So all stakeholders in training and education have to fulfill their responsibilities. As one of the duties we have been providing as Turkish Biochemical Society, we have been providing many courses and webinars through this pandemic to equip our colleagues and also our young researchers, our young students and residents with many areas in clinical biochemistry, and also to teach our colleagues or to train our colleagues on online educational technologies. We have done online courses with our education team and with using a lot of different digital technologies. And this slide shows the pre-test and post-test points. So we can see that there is a good increase in their both knowledge, application, technical skill, expertise. In regard to supervision and mentoring, we know that in this period there has been a lot of increase in anxiety. So it's a good time that we question ourselves as laboratory professional senior staff, to question ourselves, how are we approaching to our students? Are we taking care of their needs? Are we providing them the best environment for their learning? Are we being a good mentor for them? Are we being a rainbow in their cloud in this pandemic? So this is, I think, a very important responsibility for all of us. And I think that the pandemic has reinforced the value of connection between both our colleagues and also the connection between us and our students and our personnel working in the lab. So we should be careful about the well-being of our students, of our colleagues, and also of our workers, technicians in the lab. And for the supervision, I think it's a good time that we all consider the best supervision models and to provide training courses on how to do good supervision, how to do good mentoring, and also revise and enhance our supervisory training. One of the last issues that I will stress is there is now a tremendous amount of data and info in our profession, in discipline, but not only in that, in all areas of health disciplines, I think. So it's a very important time for us all to self-evaluate, to plan, to see our gaps, and to make smart choices, because there's a huge info out on the internet and on the web, and it's still continuing and ongoing webinars and so on. So we have to provide a good life and work balance to make smart choices, and we have to align our road in regard to time, budget, and goals, and to make smart choices for online, for lifelong learning, and to implement it to our activities. One of the best, I think, luck of this pandemic, if there has been any luck, was that it provided a cross-border collaboration for the humankind. And there is a big culture of openness and sharing of the data and open access to information. This has not led only to many collaborative research, but also to new discoveries. But I think more important than this is that we once more realize that in this world we are not alone, and there is a very good sense of purpose and inspiration and togetherness among our community. And we saw that laboratory profession and health service is a very rewarding and important profession. So we have to do everything to move our profession further on this road. So my last slide is that the future lies in standing on the shoulders of the crowds,